Hello, everybody. We are here commentating the final round of the 4NCL, which is one of the first over-the-board tournaments starting again. I'm Natasha Regan. This is Grandmaster John Speelman.
Hello.
Hey, and we are going to be looking at these games. Let's have a look at who's playing, first of all. So we have on the top board, we have one of England's very talented junior players, Jonah Willow, is white against FIDE master Tim Wall. And it's just started now. I'm just going to show you the pairings further down as well. We've got S. Jones on 3.5, also against another of England's top junior players, who is even younger, candidate master Balaji. And then we have very well-known senior player Keith Arkle on 3 against Aditya Verna, who's another junior player. We have, I guess that's John Merriman. I know there's John Merriman and James Merriman both playing in this tournament against Bin Suhail. We have Nigel Davis, Grandmaster, against Nick Burrows. And we have Rajat Makar against Tom Villiers, who some of our viewers know as Hack Attack.
So Nigel Davis is Welsh at the moment, is he?
He's Welsh, yes. He did change, didn't he? He was English at one point.
He was Israeli for a little while as well, I think.
Sorry?
I think he was Israeli for a little while.
Ah, was he? Okay, yes.
I have a feeling that I could.
I think you're right. Yeah.
And Bin Suhail is from where? Is that Belgium?
Italy.
Italy.
Oh, Italy. Well, now you see. So this reflects the football as well. Then an England v Italy matchup on board 4, just like the football tonight.
Indeed, yes. Yes, I have to teach from sort of 5 till 6 to 5 to 8. 5 minutes before 6 to 5 minutes before 8, so I can then watch the football. Right, so let's have some games maybe. At the moment we can't. But I mean, Jonah Willow is vegan, isn't he? But he's not playing veggie openings, as according to.
Oh, let's see, Jonah.
Is he a vegan? I think he's a vegan. He's certainly a vegan.
Yeah.
I think he's a vegan, and he's playing quite carnivorous openings. I don't know if people know about the veggie openings and not the BCM. Do you? Perhaps you don't. Are you too young?
BCM?
Not the BCM. Do you know about not the BCM?
The BCO, that's for chess openings I used to learn from.
Not the BCM, not the British Chess Magazine.
I did used to get that, yeah.
But what happened was when Murray owned it, at one point, was he editor or I think he actually owned it, he had an issue called Not the BCM, which had various silliness in. And one was vegetarian chess openings, where he was...
I do kind of remember that, yeah.
Where he was rude to myself and Mestel. And the vegetarian opening went knight f3, knight f6, c4, c... No, absolutely not c4s. Knight f3, knight f6, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, castles, d3, d6. This was allegedly vegetarian opening play.
Have you ever tried that one out, John?
Well, I mean, it requires requirement from the vegetarian opponent as well, of course. So, have I played? I mean, I wouldn't go d3. I don't think I'd go c4 in that sort of position. But I mean, have I played knight f3 and g3? Then yes, I often play vegetarian openings.
Have you been vegetarian throughout your chess career?
Since about 1980, so for quite a while.
Yeah, and did you change your openings in 1980?
No, I don't think so. No, I think I don't think my openings were really affected by. I mean, Mestel had been a veggie for a long time, and I became one at some stage. And I've been pescarian or not pescarian. At the moment, I'm properly veggie.
I did a year of veggie, just actually before lockdown. And did I change my openings though? I think I was playing kind of retty things. Also King's Gambits, which I'm sure is not considered veggie.
Well, I mean, regicidal openings probably aren't vegetarian, are they really?
No. Well, no.
Well, no, you know, I mean, regicide is a perfectly valid position, but it's not something that's particularly pertains to vegetarianism. I would have said. But
Yeah.
who am I to comment on that, really? Okay, so we got this, which is a Philidor.
His Tim's opening's quite quiet, isn't it?
Well, it can be quite quiet. White can play G3 if he wants to, and then D5 is an interesting line which leads to mess, where Black's lost a tempo, but White's also weakened his diagonal with G3, and that can lead to mayhem very quickly. People play sort of Bishop F4 and Queen D2 and Castle Queenside and hack. I don't know if they play F3 first. Probably not. I think maybe F3 and Bishop B3. I don't know, but I think probably mostly Bishop F4 or G3. Or you can play Bishop C4 or Bishop B2. And he will play some sensible moves. And Black tends to try to counter-punch at some point.
We did there was this chess classic at dinner at the chess classic. You know the one, and we had this kind of thing, a Philidors for Black, and we did this plan with King H8 and Knight G8 and F5, and it got quite counter-attacking. It was fun.
Oh, you mean in the Simmel?
Yes.
I hate that Simmel because I don't like being Simmeled against. I normally get lost positions very quickly. And try not to get irritable with my table. What I want is somebody good enough to make the moves for me to just veto if they're really silly. I find that very difficult. I suppose it won't be happening again for a while, will it? Are you doing the thing? Is it next weekend? The thing
next weekend. There's a lovely event planned in Trafalgar Square. I'm going to go and play. I think on the Saturday there's an event which is a 6-round rapid play.
All right.
For lots of players, and I have not played over the board rapid play for a very long time, so I'm not sure how I'll do because I've only been playing online, and that's usually 3-minute chess.
Yes, I think
you're a bit out of form on this thing, but I'm really looking forward to it. And then on Sunday, it's Chess Fest, it's called, isn't it? And they've got the whole of Trafalgar Square, so it's going to be absolutely amazing. Chess in Trafalgar Square. Are you going to go along, John?
Yeah, I'm going to go along on the Sunday and have a look anyway.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'll stay all day or not, but I'll certainly have a look and see. It'll be interesting just to see, because some people are giving Simmels and things, I assume. And
yes, I think Mickey's, isn't he, and Gawain are giving Simmels.
All right, that sounds. I didn't know who's doing what. I know there's something the night before as well.
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, so it should be fun. Yeah, Mickey and Gawain would be your bods. I thought Gawain was in France last time I heard. He's back, is he?
Oh, I don't know.
I saw him.
Half remembering things.
I mean, I don't often see Twittery stuff, but he tweeted that his new book had arrived and his dog was receiving it on the doorstep, as you do, as dogs do. I noticed, and I thought that's very nice. Right, so this position, Bishop D3 is a reasonable move. I mean, it's not the most critical at all. Now Keith Arkle is somebody who does play veggie at chess openings, although he's
Let's
not.
have a look at Keith's game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It hasn't started yet, so maybe he's taking a little break after his previous game. Let's see this one. I've turned off the all the computer analyses for us, John.
Yes, please do. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
Because we're obviously going to be totally wrong about everything, and the interesting thing is not whether we're right or wrong, but whether it's plausible that the people at the board could believe what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So this looks quite interesting. Stephen Jones against Aravamundam Balaji. I know Black, he's a junior player, and he played a lot of games in the online British. And one thing I remember about him, he was really good at the very fast chess, like bullet chess.
Right.
1 minute.
Yes, I can't do bullet myself. I'm too old and slow.
Nor me.
I mean, my general feeling about bullet is it's a computer game which about 10 people in the world can play. Now, the people who can play it, it's marvelous. I really enjoy watching Ferrugia play bullet or Carlson or Nakamura because I can follow it fine. I just can't physically do it myself. I
can't do it so that I know what move I want to play, but I can't somehow do it so it gets on the board as quickly as everyone else does. Seems to me.
Nor can I. So I don't do it because it would annoy me intensely. But I certainly can think at that speed. That's not a problem at all. So I feel this is a young person's game, and people I teach who basically can't possibly play bullet properly play it. And I think, well, why not? It's a computer game. There's nothing wrong with a first-person shooter. You know, it's read your side again, and that's fine. No objections to that. But it's not chess, and I tell them so. And normally they're not offended by this. I mean, they'd be. Whereas if Ali Reza is playing or Magnus is, then it is chess, actually, more or less, until the last few seconds. It's about as close to chess as you could imagine such a thing would ever be.
Yeah.
And it's rather marvellous, yeah.
Should we look? We'll just quickly click through the moves of how we got to this position.
Yeah, it's one of these bishop c4, bishop c5 thing. A knight f6, d4, takes e5, d5, isn't it? It's one of these.
Yeah.
Which is called something which I forget, disgracefully. And there is a lot of theory. These boys don't exactly know what they're doing, I don't think.
Do you think they're not? Do you think they're not following the proper theory here?
Well, when you say the proper theory, I think that there is. I'm not sure if f4 is very sensible that I can get about that. I would have thought black could play castles and f6 or something and be okay, maybe. Rook to queen b8. That's a very sexy move, isn't it?
It's aiming for that pawn on b2.
It is, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
clearly the question is whether you can play something like knight c3 or knight d2 and say, I do not care about your threat, comrade, or whether you do care about it.
Yeah. It sort of appears to be the position where you might be able to sacrifice it, doesn't it?
I think sacrificing it wouldn't be ridiculous. I don't particularly want a queen landing on c3, so I'm not very happy about it. I mean, I can go knight d2, say queen takes, knight takes, pawn takes, rook b1. So if queen c3, I have rook b3, which is jolly important.
I'm gonna get us a board so we can see those moves.
I mean, I'm just making them up as we go along. I'm not really. Now, am I going to be able to?
Yeah. So that's the live position.
That's better. I can see this now.
This is bigger now. Yeah.
This is bigger. Well, no, but it was actually going over my screen. Now it's possible that my screen is at 150%, of course, because it is quite a lot of the time. In which case, that would be the reason. If I could escape for a second, let's have a look at my screen. It is at 150%. If I go down to 100, that might actually. Now go to full screen. See what happens. This is probably going to be better, actually. Now, if I go to full screen, then that's much better. Yes, I can see that easily.
Oh, very good.
And the reason for that was I'd forgotten I do 150% normally, basically because my eyesight's so crap. So I tend to, it just makes my life easier.
Yeah.
So I think knight c3 or knight d2 are the critical moves.
Okay. So should we look at knight d2?
Yeah, knight d2 is obviously one of the moves you can play. Now, can you play bishop g4 and knight takes knight? Almost certainly not, because you're going to get your head kicked in. Takes, knight takes queen g7 or something is going to be ridiculous.
So take here.
Yeah, I mean, I was just noting this knight takes queen g7 looks absurd. I mean, it is absurd because you don't even have to play bishop takes knight. So that's not an interesting variation at all. I just tend to look at random things. So that's not of any interest at all. So there's knight takes knight, there's queen takes pawn. Queen takes pawn is the critical move, surely. We go knight takes knight, I believe. Don't have to, but pawn takes rook b1 because we need to, because otherwise queen c3 is really a nuisance. I thought queen c3, rook b3 to protect the bishop, probably queen c4, and then some move to open fire, possibly f5.
Oh yeah, coming in.
Well, possibly, but there's rook d8 threatening to do something on the d line, and then we might have to go c3 or something. But then bishop f5 is a move, and that probably is good for black because of the great.
So if we take, they're just taking on.
Oh no, sorry, we can take with the rook, can't we? I'm talking crap.
Yeah.
Good. Well, in that case, after c3, they can maybe go queen d3 and be a nuisance. I mean, it's not clear to me because I had a problem on the d4 square, and I don't think I could really start hacking yet. Maybe no, the bishop's loose. I'm not very happy here because the queen's really annoying. I mean, I think, maybe we can take it and be all right, but so I don't know. I mean, we can just play b3 and keep our pawn. We're allowed to keep pawns, it's not illegal to maintain material balance. I suppose we can play rook b1. No, we can't play rook b1 because the horses.
So just b3 here, maybe.
It's possible, or queen c1 is possible as well. Queen c1.
Yeah. Queen c1 defending.
Isn't ridiculous. It's rather passive, but if queen b6, we can go c3, and then we can start slowly unraveling. And I don't know if this isn't going to be quite good for white. Now b4 might be a threat at the moment. Positional threat. So it's not. Probably have to go a5, I guess, to stop that. If rook b8, b4, my feeling is that that's got a bit wrong. Probably.
Yeah.
And then knight d2 I want to play.
Just knight d2.
Yeah, I just want to get the pieces.
White's developing, yeah.
White is developing and then hoping to eventually get control of some dark squares or something. Do something with the kingside majority.
I suppose black has the bishop pair, but then black's pawn structure is much worse.
That's precisely, yes. Black has a slightly bad pawn structure, potentially bad dark squares, and white has a potential attack on the king side if he can get an f5 and f6 or f5 and e6 or something and make it work. Though it's a bit of a, not yet. I mean, I think I want to get the horses off first. Yeah. Just because getting the horses off sort of reduces black's activity, really. So I don't know. I mean, it's a position where maybe at the end, but I think what happens is black plays some active moves. White tries to neutralize him, and then maybe at the end something happens, or maybe it doesn't. And at the board, I wouldn't know. I just make it up in some way. But my first thought would be, can I sacrifice a pawn? And if I can't, that's bad luck.
All right, I'm heading back to see what they've actually done. Okay, and white actually played knight c3, which was the other line we were talking about.
Well, I think it comes to the same thing, because after queen takes pawn, probably knight a4, queen a3 hits the bishop on e3.
Oh, yes, bishop on e3 again.
Which is presumably very annoying. So I think you are going to go knight takes knight and rook b1, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe you can. No, you can't. Sorry. I'm starting to think. I thought, can I go knight takes knight and e6 and have queen h5 check at the end? But of course, bishop b3 will be check, which is bad luck. So maybe knight takes knight and castles is interesting. Queen c3, e6. I don't know if that's an interesting move or not.
Yeah.
At least it makes some sense, but it may not make enough sense.
All right.
But I think he should take on b2. If he doesn't, his last move doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, no, the plan must be to take on b2, surely.
I would have thought so, yes. I mean,
unless he wants to play knight takes knight now for black, and then
but then you've reinforced white's dark square control, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll be able to get control of c5 in a while. If you can put a horse on c5 and a queen on d4 or something, even if you lose the c2 pawn, you're still a very happy bunny indeed.
Yeah.
So if you went takes, castles, queen d2, I don't know, something knight to b3 and knight c5 or something, then you're starting to be in danger of having a big advantage. I don't even have to attack in that case. I can just do my stuff in the dark squares, and it's not going to be much fun. Because as soon as you get knight c5 or something, that really cramps the king side.
Yeah.
So, for instance, I'm glancing at knight takes pawn takes castles. Queen b6 is a slightly funny move. Rook b1, queen a5, knight b3, bishop takes bishop, queen takes a2, and I want to play a5 then.
I'm going to get our board back again, John.
Okay. So I'm just making some random moves, really. Again, that's how I look at. You're going to get it? Is it going to come through?
There we go.
So I was saying, knight takes knight. Pawn takes
knight. Knight takes knight.
Pawn takes knight. Queen b6 possibly. Queen d2. castles, rook b1, just a sample line, queen a5, knight b3, I thought.
Yeah, trying to come in on c5.
Bishop, yeah, queen takes bishop. Takes, queen takes. Queen a2, I guess, because otherwise... Now, if I go knight c5, then that's a bit sad because he goes bishop f5, which is irritating.
Oh, hit the seat.
Well, it's not so much that. It blocks the f-pawn. So I wanted in this position to play f5.
Yeah.
To f5 first. And I was hoping that I could... so I wasn't going to go knight c5. I was going to go f5.
So f5 here.
Yeah, so I think they go queen a2. And then I'm wondering what's going on. I think I can play knight c5. Bugger it, sorry. It's dropping my landline on the floor. Of course,
be careful.
100 years old, I have a landline. Can you imagine?
No, I've still got one as well, but it only gives me jump calls now, so I am thinking of getting rid of it.
Because now if bishop takes pawn, I go rook c1.
Hi, Wilsonia. Okay, bishop.
So bishop takes pawn, rook c1 wins material.
Yeah, because the queen has to move, and then this bishop...
The bishop goes kaplonk. And white wins easily because he's not only won a piece for 3 rather crap pawns, but he's got the best knight in the world.
The knight's really good there, yeah.
Yeah, so he couldn't play bishop f5, so he'd have to do some other move. And then we would consider how to blow his brains out, actually.
Yeah, so if he goes bishop c8 or something like that.
I think we go rook c1 first to kick his queen off the diagonal.
This rook?
Yes, this rook, yes. And then when he moves his queen to the square b2, I don't suppose we could we have trapped her, actually? Oh, no, because of queen f5. We couldn't have trapped her, no. I was thinking we did rook fc1 trap her, queen b2. And then I'm going to play the subtle move f6.
That's not very subtle.
Not really, no. It threatens checkmate in 3 moves.
Yeah.
And actually, so probably this is just checkmate at this point. They can try it. Well, h6 will take and play rook f6 or something. They're going to get their brains blown out, as they thoroughly deserve, given they've been so greedy. There are various horrific things that could happen. And after h6, we could also play queen g3, g6, e6, and e7. Quite an amusing way to continue the battle.
I suppose black should avoid this then. Black should not take on c3.
Well, that's my feeling, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an optimistic line for white, but it's the sort of stuff that sort of goes through my head when I'm at a chessboard. So I guess what I'm here to do is to say, well, I haven't played chess for a long time, but this is what I think I'd think if I was at the board. And I get to hear and think, I would be very happy about this.
Are you itching to play over the board chess again, John?
Not really, no.
No.
Not terribly. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be a bit traumatic. I mean, when have I... no, I mean, it'd be nice, though. I mean, I'll probably London League or something first so I can play it light, as I do.
Well, you were quite right. Black has played, actually, queen takes b2, so consistent with the earlier move, queen b8. Yeah, queen b2 has been played.
It's important that if knight a4, queen a3 hits the bishop in e3.
Yeah.
And that probably is not a terribly good thing to happen.
So white should just take the knight here?
I think so, yeah. And I think you need to play rook b1. And the queen is quite annoying on c4. It's not a clear position to me. I mean, if I have to put a rook in a stupid square like b3 and play c3, then my position's quite... Okay, I have a good attacking chances, but my position's a bit ruined.
Yeah.
I can then go to takes and play f5 as well. But then there's going to be something happening on the d line, very likely. I mean, you can go c3, rook e1, and that's really a shame. You don't want to go rook e1. How else could we do stuff? Can we take and go knight f5? Probably not, but it's not ridiculous. I mean, that's trying to just keep control and then play f5 later. I think you have to go rook b1 and rook b3, probably. I don't know. And then it's really annoying that the horse is so loose in d4. I mean, maybe you can play king h1, rook d8, something, but I don't really believe it. I think, you know, white's slightly over-egging the pudding in my feeling.
Okay. We will see. Okay, we'll come back to this one. Let's now see if let's see Keith's game that we were going to have a look at before.
There we are. It's a fairly vegetarian sort of opening, isn't it?
Right. Let's see how it started. It's Keith's normal type of opening. So
it's a Catalani thing where black's given up the centre with d takes c4 and white's played bishop g5 takes f6.
Yeah. So Keith, I'm expecting he will play. He normally plays if black's gone e6, he'll take in the centre and.
Yeah. So his opponent probably deliberately didn't.
Probably has avoided that very sensibly because Keith's won hundreds and hundreds of games that way.
Excuse me. Sorry, that was nowhere a reflection of the opening. Well, possibly it wasn't meant to be, actually.
Okay, so he has anyway taken on
well,
f6. I've seen him do that in positions, you know, like in those positions where he's trying to stop.
He's going to stop c5, really. But I mean, you know, it's obviously not a great position, but it's all right. He'll go knight bd2. Presumably the guy will castle, and he'll stick his pieces in the centre in some way or another. Do slightly fiddly moves to mess black around. Maybe not.
He actually has managed. Even so, he has managed to get his Carlsbad structure.
Well, no. Carlsbad is with the e6 pawn and d5.
Yeah, with that one. No, yeah, but he's got he likes these kind of 5 pawns, doesn't he? But yeah, no, you're right.
He's very clear what he likes and what he doesn't like.
But he doesn't always get it from his opponent.
No, but he's such a strong player that against a player who isn't very strong, he will normally get what he wants. I don't know if knight e4 is at all a sensible move now. To try to take and play bishop b4 and get that position.
Let's have a look on analysis.
I mean, my feeling is that this is probably an engine thinks it's about equal, but in practice it's easier to play for white. Perhaps. I mean, if castles, one wouldn't if knight e5 is at all a good move, or else you put the rooks in d1 and c1, I suppose. And knight e4 isn't. He has castle, has he already?
No, this is analysis.
This is analysis board. I mean, he can just play knight e4 while it's still possible. I mean, the thing is, if castles, there is knight e5, but then, you know, who knows what's going on then?
D4 maybe knight e4 now. Yeah.
I mean, the point of that is you can't play knight h4 at the moment. If you can move the knight to b3 or something, if you want to, Keith might. If you take, you haven't got very much, because, I mean, black's a little bit worse. Keith might be happy anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't very well be happy here. Just play rook fd1 and knight e5 or something. But actually, you know, it's going to be you'll just stick your pieces in the middle, really. You won't do anything particularly clever in this position. At least I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to be clever. I mean, if queen b6 is possible, just castles, or maybe even queen d5. Queen d5, that might be okay. I mean, and swaps.
He wouldn't mind that, right? He'd swap. Oh, well, he normally likes to swap queens, although black does have the bishop pair. But you could stop that, couldn't you? Like with knight d2 and just swap off the bishop.
Yeah, then you have knight b bishop, which Keith may like, though the rest of the world, the rest of humanity is not so clear. That's an advantage against a bishop.
Yeah, but he'd happily play it for hours. He'd be fine.
Of course, yes. And he's playing. Who's he playing?
He's playing Aditya Werner, who is a junior.
I mean, nothing nicer than to swap queens against the junior.
Yeah, absolutely.
To checkmate them in the opening, you know. I mean, those are the two nicest things you can do. I mean, I don't think what white plays knight takes knight after knight e4.
No, let's get rid of
that. Because that makes it much easier. But I think you'd probably play rook fd1 or something. There is a question: is queen b6 a sensible-ish move? Then I don't know. It's not ridiculous anyway.
Yeah.
I might play knight e1 here, actually. That's a very much Keith move, I would think. But maybe takes bishop b4 and bishop takes knight and take b2. I can play e4 and rook b1 and rook b7, I suppose. Oh God, it gets complicated so quickly, doesn't it? Well, as soon as I start analysing.
So here.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could take the knight and then. I mean, it's not probably not at all sensible. Take the knight and play queen b2.
Oh, take on here.
Now, bishop
because
c6,
rook can't go to b1.
You can play e4 followed by rook b1. And
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
This must be really good for white.
It should be really good for white, yes. It should be extremely good for white. Because black is a tempo down on getting a decentish position. So you'd never do this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I thought taking one of Keith's horses might distress him a bit. I mean, in this, look, if I'm going to do this after I've taken an e1, I don't of course play. I mean, it's not so ridiculous to play like that actually, but then you play rook d8 because if e3, then I can take on b2.
Yeah.
And if e4, I go away and play. But I'm a bit scared e4 and d5. I mean, anyway, he went. I don't know. I mean, Keith will probably find a way to get plus equals on a good day, which will be all he wants.
Yeah.
You know, plus equals is a joy, of course. For people like me as well, plus equals is a complete joy. You know, it means the opening hasn't gone badly, which is already. That's not quite true, actually, but I could pretend it's true.
Well, you prefer more unclear positions, don't you, John?
It depends what mood I'm in. When I'm playing, I mean, I like hacking and I like small advantages.
Okay.
I'm very happy squeezing. I'm happy with opposite bishops and things, but I'm also happy hacking. I don't know how good my tactics are at the moment. They don't seem to. When I was streaming and doing other things, I thought I'm missing too many moves, which annoyed me. I suppose I'll have to play some blitz at some point because I haven't played blitz for a couple of months. I do it occasionally, and you know, I feel. I don't know. I mean, I play blitz if I want to wind myself up because I change state when I play chess in about half a second. I go from a reasonable, pleasant human being to, well, that's my allegation anyway. Do
you ever get, like, sometimes I just get where I really feel like playing, and then that could be chess or it could be shogi or it could be some other games. But I sometimes get to the point where I just really want to play, even whether I think I'll be playing well or not. And then other times not.
I mean, if I want to process, I quite often play computer games. I play turn-based computer games, which is just the process of, you know, thinking about it and doing it. But obviously, that's nothing like playing chess because you have control of the time and normally of the position by the time you're in the middle game if you're any good at them.
All right, I'm going to head back to the game and see what has happened there. Okay.
The guy did play knight e4, yeah?
Did play knight e4, and Keith did play rook fd1.
None of which was a great surprise to mankind, really.
Yeah.
Queen c6 will probably go queen c1, actually. That would be a Keith-type move, I think.
All right, let's see some other games. How about, we haven't seen yet John Merriman. Let's see this one. Okay, I'm going to quickly whiz to the start so we see how we got here. d4. I half remember, didn't John used to sometimes play e4?
Me?
No, John Merriman.
I don't know. I mean, I did play e4, but probably before any of the viewers were born. I do play, if I had 3g6, I play 2e4 quite often.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not completely against the move. But it's just
it's a reasonable move, isn't it?
It involves knowing something, which is always a bit traumatic. You know, I mean, I know lots of little bits of theory, but you know, I'm not a good theoretician at all. You know, my opening, the novelties I made, my opening novelties, I mean things like a3 in the English to stop bishop b4. That's the sort of move that I like to play. This is interesting, isn't it? Because the white knight in g3 is not terribly well placed to fight for the center.
Do you think white will get e4 in at any stage?
Well, I think at the moment that black has a threat of takes in d4 and takes in c4.
Yeah.
And maybe hitting d4, maybe not, because bishop f3, you do have rook a7 if you need it. So I think that at least you have to consider the question of whether you want that to happen.
Let's have a look. Actually, this is an interesting position. So let's check it out. Because white will have to get his king safe as well.
Well, that's one tempo as well, yeah. Excuse me. What was the last move?
So black has just played c6 to c5.
Right. Excuse me, indeed. Sorry, the black moves are in black, of course, as one might expect when I thought about it.
You know, the crowds just commented that you used to always raise your hands above your head, even in the old days in 1993.
Yeah, well, I do that. My son does that sometimes as well. I don't know. Do you do that when you're concentrating on your kids?
I kind of fiddle with my hair when I'm concentrating sometimes, but it doesn't help me concentrate. It's just one of those habits.
A woman's got a fiddle, yeah. Yeah. I'd say I don't know how I mean, I'm certainly concerned about taking in d4. You know, if you go castles, takes, and c4, or maybe takes, not even takes and c4, since c5 is castled.
So takes, and here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned how that's going to work out. Is black going to be able to? There's a c6 square which might be on prise.
Yeah.
But if black can keep control of the position, if bishop takes, I might nick on d4. I don't see it's the end of the world. I don't think you do play bishop takes. You probably go rook d1, or probably rook
yeah, it's a bit more solid.
And then I'm thinking maybe sort of now. There's also bishop f3, but I don't think bishop f3, rook a7 particularly helps white. You know, I mean, you could have done that, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure about this position because, okay, black has one problem really, and only one problem, which is the square in c6, which is unpleasant.
Would you be looking to get a knight in on that square? Or
oh yeah. But I'm a long way away, aren't I? I mean, the g3 knight is three moves away. In fact, they're both 3 moves away. You know that 2 squares diagonally are. If that knight in g3 wants to go to e5, you know it takes 4 moves.
I know, yeah.
You know, people. It's one thing, and not everybody knows that you know that the diagonal move, the little outfield jump from g3 to e5, always takes 4 moves, which means that the metric
like this. Ooh.
Yeah, you're not allowed to. The metrics for a horse on the chessboard are completely different from what they are visually for the rest of the army. I mean, but I could play maybe bishop b7, and it's this looks to me like a reasonable position. I mean, like you can take in c4, and we'll play knight d5 probably, trying to keep control. There's a question whether you can take twice and play queen c7 or something, but unless white gets the advantage, then black's going to be doing. Unless white can do something concrete, then black should have a very decent position, I would think.
Because of this isolated pawn in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of maybe black now can't get out the b8 knight without. If we just protect, I don't know, play bishop somewhere. I don't suppose knight f4 is that big a problem, but say bishop b2.
Yeah.
Then we can't play knight bd7. If we take, then we're losing time, and that's going to be a bit critical. And if we take go knight d7, then d5 happens. That's catastrophe total. So we wouldn't do that because presumably d5. I don't know if it's catastrophe total, but it's.
You've got all these kind of things happening as well as this.
Well, all the boys are now aimed in at the relevant sector. You make complete sense of white's position. So you wouldn't want to do that. I mean, maybe you can just go knight d7 here. Let white take twice.
Knight d7 here.
Yeah, I mean, because the knight coming in to f5 isn't that big a problem from white now that black is sorted. If takes, I think I take with the bishop now.
I'll take the bishop.
Maybe bishop b2 is a mistake because it isn't going to g5 anytime soon. And you can take it, but it's not, yeah, doesn't look too much to me. I mean, yeah, probably just knight f6. So bishop b2 is probably a mistake, actually, but because here, black's doesn't look too bad to me at all. I mean, he's got quite good pieces, really, I think.
John, you're being asked if you remember the UK-China match in Liverpool.
I do. I was the England team captain.
Aha.
It's the only time previous to Astana when I was the England team captain. I was sort of half of Astana. I was in loco parentis while Malcolm arrived. Yeah, I was team captain and my team got splattered.
And really? Because I would think nowadays China v England, then China's pretty scary, right? But in those days, it wasn't quite the same, was it?
No, China were already really scary.
Were they still? Yeah.
They just played all these positions and kept on playing and then swindled you. And it happened to all my boys and girls.
Oh.
I mean, I have a memory. It's the only time in my life.
Actually, 2007 isn't that long ago.
I think it's the only time in my life I ever went and tried and bought cigarettes because one of my players wanted cigarettes, so I thought I'd better go and get them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the stress of the captaincy.
No. I've smoked sort of 20 cigarettes or 30 cigarettes in my life, and I think they're foul.
Yeah.
I really dislike the taste and the smell, so they've never been a problem for me. They haven't been remotely addictive because I think they're unpleasant. But I think I'd never before in my life gone and actually bought the bloody things. And I believe I have a memory that I did do that for one of my players. I had to go some distance because I thought, my job is to go and get food and feed my chicklets.
Yeah.
And
I hope they appreciated it.
I hope they did, yeah. I think I'm a reasonable captain. I'm probably a bit neurotic, maybe. Depends. I mean, it depends who I'm being captain for, of course. If it's your mob, then I have more reason to be neurotic than the boys.
You mean the women?
I do, yes. Because I believe that most of the time the blokes will play fairly sensible moves. I'm going to get into trouble, aren't I?
You're going to get into trouble. I'm going to move on to a different game.
Yeah. I hope the audience can attack me now for extreme sexism.
No, but nobody said anything too much.
I think not.
Okay. Let's see Nigel Davis against Nick Burrows. There's been no reaction.
But no, Master Merriman instead that's allowed his pawn structure to be buggered up, I would say, or messed up. Excuse me, I shouldn't swear. He's where was Master Merriman? If you could, is that Nigel Davis?
Yes. Okay, let's see the start of this game.
There's some sort of Dutch, isn't it? Or no, it's a Stonewall. Does it involve some bishop g5 type things? No.
Yeah, Stonewall Dutch. What do you do against the Stonewall Dutch, John?
Seldom face it. I mean, I seldom face anything because I hardly play. What did I used to do? I'm not sure if I'd have swapped those bishops. I think I tend to go against the Dutch. I tend to try to mess people around with 2d3 and things, depending what I started with.
With which one?
Knight f3, f5, d3, for instance. I played a bit.
Okay. And try and get e4 in.
Yeah, I mean, you just try to annoy Dutch players. Because I found the Dutch quite hard. Robert Bellin always used to get very good positions against me for reasons I didn't quite understand. I think basically the fact I didn't understand why he did was why he did. So this looks a little bit better for white, I would have thought. I mean, black is slightly, maybe a lot.
I suppose Nigel's quite a strong favourite for this game, certainly rating-wise.
I would have thought he's got a positional advantage, and he ought to beat this guy. Yeah, I mean, black is clearly going to go, and if it lands, it lands. But I don't really see any reason why fish should land anywhere very close to Grandmaster Davis's face or king or whatever. Just like, and the fact white's got b4, b5 takes c6 is making the queen side look a bit dodgy for black, isn't it? White seems to be quite well ahead, really. I would have thought. I'd have thought you could.
Wait, but black could go. So say black was playing on the king's side, then it's still going to take a few moves, I suppose, with like G4, F4, that kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, it's going to take quite a while for it really. G4 and F4, then G4 pawn is going to hang, so you're going to have to mess around a bit before you do that.
Yeah.
And I don't really believe it. I mean, I thought might go G4 and Queen H4 and try to bring his rook in, but I just don't believe that white can't do something fairly sensible before black. Maybe I'm being, I mean, G4, Knight D2, Queen H4 isn't ridiculous, but probably you can, I don't know, take in D5 and take in E4 and play Queen C6 or something, and basically black's position will be a right mess long before he lands. By the way, if you get your queen round about D6, you can go back to G3, or she protects H2 anyway. So I just don't quite believe it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm essentially in the position of the Yorkshireman. Pathan's Yorkshireman.
All right. The next board is Rajat Maka against Tom Villiers, two candidate masters playing against each other. Now I know I've seen Tom play quite a lot before. His nickname is Hack Attack, and he likes playing a kind of hacking style. So let's see. Although he says he's trying to be more positional these days.
Well, he said, right, this is, well, he is playing position, isn't he?
Yeah. This is quite quiet, what he's playing.
Just Catalan. I mean, the fact he's a hacker, it's easier to hack as white, and you can hack later. You don't have to. This should be slightly better for white. Even 95 is quite good. Yeah, this is clearly better for white now.
Because because the pawn's blocked on C6 and the bishop behind it?
Yeah, this should be better. I don't know. Presumably play knight F6. Actually, it's not that clear. Queen H4, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, he's got to do that anyway. Queen C2 isn't. No, at least he's got the D5 square for his horse. But
yeah.
He's taken. Has he really?
He took. Yeah.
I don't know if he was worried.
Left it there, and yeah.
It's possibly was worried about taking a knight C6, but that's quite a stretch to. Taking presumably is quite a good thing for white.
Because you could go black could directly go knight D5, I suppose, instead.
Yeah, well, maybe he's slightly worried about C takes B6, but I think that's a bit of a C takes, A takes, knight C6, bishop take, well, Queen C7 or something. It looks like you might lose a pawn, but it might be okay at the end of it.
Yeah, because you've maybe got a pin, right, on the C file.
But you have to watch out for bishop D5 at some moment when you can't recapture. Okay. D7 check, which is really annoying. So you might have to take on C6, and maybe it isn't enough. I mean, now, I presume if A3 goes A5, if I could get the horse to D6, that would be very bad luck.
So A3 is actually what was played, yeah.
I think you ought to play A5 now, really.
Just to stop B4?
Well, I want to go B4, knight C4, and knight D6, I thought.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that looks nice for white.
I think so. I think it's a pretty good square. And the knight is a good piece in D5. It's not a completely clear position at all. And a hacker might think he was all right. But I think his B7 bishop might be having words with his master. Really.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I suppose if you do A5, it can come out. Oh, well, it can't come out straight away, can it? Because the C6 pawn's going to get taken.
No, I mean, there are some problems. I don't know if you can play F6 in this position. Kick the horse onto the wrong circuit. Because if knight C4, I'm going to try nicking that pawn. I mean, I have to nick that pawn, really. Maybe that's still bad for me after B4. But it's not completely clear. And, something not completely clearly bad is already something I'm happy with at the moment. And if you
so you think it's pretty much good for white? I
think it's better for white. Well, I don't know. it's not clear to me. It's, you know, I think, you know, in practice, black can fight.
Yeah.
But it's probably not terribly good for him. I mean, I think
if
you start two very, very strong players in this position, then I think white should get the advantage somehow.
Yeah, I think so. All right.
But I'm thinking f6, knight d3, bishop a6 as well, and trying to take that. Thinking, is that so clear? The horse in d5 lives.
Oh, yeah. And the bishop's getting active again.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Have a little look further down. Let's check in on Peter's game as well. Peter Wells.
How's he doing? He's about board 5 or 6, is he? So what?
Yeah, he was a little unlucky, I think, earlier on, and I think there was one game where a tactic didn't work for him.
Because I haven't been watching. So he is black, is he?
He's black in this game, and let's see.
It must be a Caro-Kann of some sort, I would think.
You're absolutely right. Exactly so. Caro-Kann exchange.
Yeah. Which I must say is something I like playing as black. But G4 he tends to play theory, doesn't he? Queen C8.
Yeah.
Peter just tends to play Queen G7. He did take it.
Yeah, it's taken and then taken again.
There's a question, can you take on B7? I think that's a theoretical question, which has been answered sort of in the negative.
White has chosen not to anyway.
And then you play, yeah, well now
Peter's defended.
You've just got a Queen's Gambit, Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation with colours reversed. And black has the plan of starting to play for b5, but white obviously is doing perfectly okay at this moment as well.
Yeah. So it looks like white is building up for some kind of kingside play. Do you think white will do a plan involving the h-pawn?
I think the h-pawn. I think maybe rook h3 and try to bring his pieces in.
Do it with the pieces, yeah.
I was trying to go rook h3 and get the queen to h6 and do that sort of thing. But it takes a hell of a long time to... I thought he might play for f4 as well. I mean, maybe you can play h4, h5, but I mean, it doesn't look particularly like what I would want to do.
No, so I guess black can just take it if the worst comes to the worst.
Well, yeah. If you just play h4, h5 without preparing it, and eventually black will start to do his stuff. I mean, g6 is, you know, it stops anything on the diagonal from b1 to h7, but on the other hand, it does slightly weaken the dark squares. But white's a long way away from doing anything terrible to him. And, you know, the bishop on d3 attacks g6, but doesn't do anything else for it. I suppose it might support f4 and g4 and f5 or something, but even if you get all that in, it's not very clear. I imagine if you asked the great engine, it would say equals at the moment.
Yeah.
Plus or minus 0.1.
All right. Let's see. I'll do one more of these games, and then we will look at the ones we've seen already some more. So let's have a look at this one. Okay. Yaya Zhu against Peter Sowry. You've been a teammate of Peter Sowry before, haven't you?
I certainly known Peter Sowry for years and years. Have I been a teammate? I mean, he
used to be were you both wood green at the same time?
He was wood green for a while, and then he was Drunken Knights. I don't know. Drunken Knights have disappeared, haven't they? Was he Drunken Knights?
He's for NCL. He's now Barbican, so I know
Barbican.
I play alongside him.
Yeah, he's rather a good player, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know what FM. I thought he'd 2195. Is that really Peter Sarro's rating?
He's definitely been over. I mean, I definitely remember him quite recently being over 2300.
Yeah,
I'm now going to look it up in the background.
Well, I was about to, but yeah, either of us can. Maybe. How odd. I mean, I thought, did he get an IM norm somewhere as well?
I imagine he probably did.
Well, I mean, it's John Piggott, of course, who became a.
Yeah, no, he is 2195 is his rating.
Good heavens.
Yeah.
Much stronger player than that.
But obviously he's much stronger than that.
I mean, I must say, I don't know, ratings. I mean, I see people on Lee Chess rated sort of 1900 or 2000, but obviously that's online ratings.
Mm.
And, they're 300 or 400 points weaker than Peter, I'd say, at least.
Mm.
So.
Yeah, no, this is his over the board rating, 2195.
No, I realise because it's over the board tournament. I realise this. So, what do we know about the precautions and things for this tournament? Are presumably people aren't wearing masks at the board? Are the boards being cleansed every 3 seconds? And are they? What do we know about them?
I don't know actually. That'll be on the 4NCL website, and Steve Chess Webb is giving me lots of information in the background, so I'm relying on him to.
Is he right?
In the chat, yeah.
Okay, because I can't see the chat for some reason.
Ah, okay.
I don't know why. That doesn't matter.
You should be able to see it on the right in Restream, but you'd have to make it not full screen to be able to see it.
All right, let's have a look. Oh, yeah, is that? No, I can see featured and watch live. Oh, here's the chat. Right, yes, sorry. It's the fact I'm full screen, isn't it?
Mm.
Right.
So we have another kind of Philidor's type.
Did I? Oh, that's nice, Stephen Chessweb. Did I? Well, it's just what I do. I mean, it's comfortable. I have long arms. Very long arms. There they are. So they have to be put somewhere, And as I understand, human beings don't normally remove their limbs while they're doing things. So they get placed somewhere. I say Lawrence, my son, does it as well. But it's possible it's a terrible habit he's picked up from me. I don't know if other chess players put their arms above their heads. Have I seen Nipo doing it? Maybe. Sure.
I might occasionally. I wouldn't say I do that much.
How is Gonzo the Great doing? Has he won some more games? He lost his second game, didn't he? I'm hoping that's something I don't need to answer. If I do, I will. I think I heard Lindsay saying, "Yep, she's answered. Good."
Very good.
It might be an annoying phone call. Kasparov lost to Duda. Oh, yeah, sorry. He lost to Duda in round 3. And what happened? He's not having a good time, really, is he? And he's playing Korobov as we speak, and he's playing a King's Indian.
Okay.
So there we are. We can't see that.
That's what he's famous for, the King's Indian.
That is what he's famous for. And oh, sorry. You can now hear my. Can you hear my pieces moving in the background on my microphone, or is that
no? I'm okay.
You're okay because I can hear the movement of the lumps on the board, but as long as you can't, that's fine. Let's have a look to see what else do people want to know.
So okay, let's head back to.
Well, I mean, splattered is the correct word, isn't it?
Let's see the top board again. Jonah Willow against Tim Wall.
Yeah.
And we just saw the very start of it, which was looking like quite a. It was a Philidor's as well, wasn't it?
I thought it was the one where. Yes, it was. Yes.
So we got to about there.
Yeah. Jonah seems to have played. He is a good player. I mean, it takes a while to develop, doesn't it? But he's very sensible. F4 is quite. Knight d7 or something. Rook b8 and knight d7. I don't know. d5, I'm not sure, is a great move.
d5.
Yeah. And what did the man do? Did he go check or did he go knight d7? Now, can we go bishop b3 here, and do we want to? There's bishop b3. It doesn't run into knight e5. Maybe it runs into knight c5. I mean, the things we're interested in doing. Well, first we're interested, can we attack? I don't think so. I don't think we can get really excited yet. But rook ae1 is certainly a move you might consider.
Yeah.
Yeah, now if knight c5, I'm wondering if I can get bishop h7, king h7, queen h5.
Ooh, well, maybe we should have a little look at that.
f5, but I don't really believe it. I mean, I always think, can I do that? I don't really believe it, but I want to. Because obviously if I can, it's fun. He's gone g6.
So if he didn't, and if he went knight c5,
yeah, well,
we're looking at bishop h7. Can you do it?
Takes queen h5, and now f5 was my idea. And I thought, I don't really believe this, but you'll have to show me why not.
So
it looks a little I mean, it might not be completely ridiculous. Oh, there's rook b4 is really annoying to go to h4 perhaps. That probably scuppers it totally. Well, I got bishop g5 still. Still not that clear.
And then what? Bishop e7?
Well, then I'll take and play f6 or something and hack like a grandmaster. I am hacking like a grandmaster anyway. I think I'll go f6 actually after bishop e7. Thought queen d. If they go f6, I'm going to take it, and I think I'm going to make them up a tree. So I think they better go queen d7. Now, if I go rook e3, I'm worried that they'll go g6, but actually I can take twice and then queen g7, queen e8. So I'm going to play rook to there because that's what you do.
Yeah.
It might work on a good day. You never know. It looks to me like it might work now.
Looks scary.
Oh, of course it's scary. I mean, if it's not scary, there's no point in it at all. But I suspect it might be scary enough to work on a really good day. I mean, now rook h3 is a very serious threat, which is possibly why your man went g6. You can ask an engine now and see what it says.
You want an engine?
I want an engine to ask about this position, yes.
Right.
All I want is the assessment. I don't want.
Now, let me just see if I know how to do that.
I mean, that's what I use engines for. I play a few random moves and then I say, "Oh, great and glorious engine, speak unto me." Like deep thought, but a bit more tractable.
Show computer analysis.
Yeah, show computer, and then you can turn it on.
Oh, look, completely zero.
Completely zero. How's it doing zero?
Well, the bar looks like zero.
It does.
0.0 equals f6, or queen takes f5. Queen takes f5?
Queen takes f5 is a sensible move, yeah. Actually, queen f5, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I should have thought of that.
Queen takes f5.
Well, you go takes, you've stopped the mate, and now you've got lots of good pieces, and white's pieces are all over the place. Maybe rook e3 was wrong. I could possibly have gone e6 the move before takes f6, but I didn't see how that worked. Anyway, I mean, the point is that you can have some fun looking at that. And possibly that's why your man played g6, though whether he was right to.
Yeah, avoiding the draw.
Yeah. Have you turned the engine off?
I'm just going to turn it off now.
Good.
Bye-bye, computer, and we'll go back to the game.
Computers should be heard and not seen, really.
Okay. Right. So Jonah has now met met G6 with King H1, which looks to me like quite an attacking move, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting whether he could have gone F5, 95, rook takes, pawn takes G6 or something. Probably not. But, you know, you don't know. I mean, I can see F5, 95, rook E5, rook E5, pawn takes F, G6, F6 might or might not be okay as a defense. And bishop G7's been played. Okay, now, yeah, probably he'll just have to start playing positionally now, play knight A4 or something.
Oh, right. And look at C5.
Look at the C5 square, play C4, perhaps have plus equals. There is a bishop possibly loose in D2 occasionally. If you open up too many things, if you go knight A4 and C4, you have to just make sure you don't leave your bishop on prise, or it isn't hanging at some annoying moment.
Mm.
You know, it shouldn't be. Knight A4 and bishop E3 ought to be okay-ish.
Have you ever played Jonah, John?
I haven't actually, no.
No, I haven't either. You remember he played in the online Olympiad last August as our junior player.
Yeah, well, he's
junior players.
But I mean, I've had lots of dinners with him and his dad, and he's a nice kid, I think.
Yeah.
And you know, I hope that's not insulting. I hope he likes that characterization, because I'm certainly trying to be pleasant rather than trying to be patronising or anything. And I think, you know, he's going to be a good player. I don't know when he will. You know, it's hard because you have the potential, and then at some point it happens, and you start being able to do it. Bless you. And I mean, this looks better for white to me, because F6 isn't terribly convincing for black, but you're going to have to do it. If you just go knight A4, you're certainly at least equal, I would think. And, you know, maybe black can grovel around, but then if you get control of C5, you're very happy.
Yeah.
You know, you just try to play positionally. So I don't know if you're going to start with bishop B3 or going to start, if you play bishop B3, I mean, there's no sort of knight E5 and D4 stuff because F7's going to hang, presumably. But just, I mean, knight A4 I thought looked like a normal-ish move. But I'm a blitz player at the moment, so that may not be. Now, my idea is to play just to get control of C5. Bishop B7. I think I'll play Queen F2. I don't want to mess around with D4 and C5. But Queen F2 should get control. And the only question is whether they can play F6 or something. At the moment, E6 and F5 is going to blow their brains out. Well, blow sufficiently.
F6, E6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice, doesn't it?
Well, knight F8, F5 should be good for white, I would have thought. I mean, you know, you got too much control here, much too much control. So that isn't possible. If you're going to play F6, you have to play at the move before with the bishop in C8, because then it's much more problematical. So in this position, you can maybe play knight A4, bishop F6 here.
F6.
E6. If now E6, knight F8, you are going to win the pawn, I think.
Because if we go do this F5, you just
take it.
Take it off. Yeah. Takes, and then this one's on.
On prise to the bishop, yeah.
So actually, you can't do E6.
No, well, I mean, it's not completely clear, because even there you have knight C5 at the end or something. You might get some very strong pieces, but it doesn't look sound. So I would have thought you'd probably take an F6 knight takes and then play F5. And that's less clear, but still very pleasant for white, I would think.
I still like the look of it for white, I have to say.
Yeah, me too. You know, I think basically I don't see any upside to this position for black, really. I mean, maybe you can take a couple of times and play knight E4, or at least get some pieces, sort of somewhere in the relevant sector. Yeah, you don't probably have to take that. Let's take. Well, I think I'll take an F5 maybe first.
Oh, sorry, John.
I thought I might exchange and then play knight e4, or I might play knight e4 at once. Maybe possible.
Knight e4 right here.
No, to take an f5 and takes. You were going knight e4, weren't you? I thought I might take and play knight.
I might go bishop takes first. Queen takes.
Yeah, that was my go. Then knight e4, and then queen f7.
Queen f7.
Yeah, well, but I moved my king, and nothing really happens. I don't think. The knight in e4 is a jolly good piece in that position.
Yeah.
I mean, have the same position with rooks exchanged on e1 and e8, whether the black queen's in e8 or not. And I think this is probably might be okay for black. You know, it feels like you've got quite good piece on the board, which is a mercy.
And
I don't see any big hits. I mean, the other thing was that after takes knight e4, I wasn't sure you couldn't go bishop h7. I don't think you can, but I just wonder. I can make at least a draw with bishop h7, of course.
Yeah.
Probably no more.
So this like because this looks all right, then probably f6 is quite a good defense.
Well, I mean, I think you need to do something about white's center, and I don't believe that. I'm not sure knight a4 is right either, because maybe you want to control the e4 square for a move more. So maybe you want to play some move like queen f2 first.
Okay, just come back here.
Just to hit a7.
Yeah, because we were going to put it here anyway, weren't we, to keep controlling this? Yeah. But this might be bent against f6.
Because now if a4, a5, then probably I could go knight a4, and then I am hitting that pawn, and that's starting to be. Well, I mean, you have to go f6, but I'd probably go e6 just to keep it closed, lose one pawn, and then I could take an a5, and it doesn't look very pleasant for black. Yeah, I mean, maybe you can go probably knight f8, f5, takes, bishop takes, maybe. I don't know. It's still not that clear because there's a back rank, isn't there?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know if I'm doing this right or not, really. It's not what you know, really. And I could also go on f6 and take an a7 or something, but then at least black's pieces come out.
All right, let's see if they've
played some more moves.
Played any more?
So he actually, I wasn't sure king h1 was right actually either. Queen g3 is played, is he?
Yeah. So king h1, it went bishop g7, and then queen h3.
Queen g3.
Queen g3. So queen g3. What's he trying to do? f5 sort of thing.
I'm not sure. Possibly h4, h5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure. It's obviously not bad. I don't know if f6 again is a reasonable move or not. There might be some e6, f5, and bishop h6 scam or something. I don't know. Or takes f5, smash that open. But I mean, all these positions, you know, they're not that clear initially. I mean, I don't play them, so I don't know. My assessment is a bit floppy, you know. I'm just making ideas. But obviously, if we get an h4, h5, and soften up g6, then the bishop on d3 will certainly thank you for doing that.
Yeah. No, I definitely think you're right. Actually, that h4, h5 is fine, and you can almost even imagine these. You know, these plans with when they put the king on h2, bring the rook into h1 and the king back, and get the open file that way.
You can imagine it, but I might point out that black is allowed to play moves as well.
That's so unfortunate, isn't it? Because otherwise it'd be really easy.
Otherwise it would be really easy. Yeah. Sorry, I'm teasing you, but you know what I mean. When you make a plan, 1, 2, 3, 4 moves, then black is allowed to defend. The knight f8 does actually stop queen h7, mate in 1. So you know.
And also the centre's probably not closed enough that you can do whatever you like.
Absolutely not. That's a very good meta statement, Natasha. Yeah. I would say that's a really. It's important It's an important point to make, which I should have made really, yeah. As you say, the centre is not completely clarified. White seems to have reasonable control of it. But while the centre is a bit open, you don't want to mess around too much.
Yeah.
Because things can happen. But yeah, of course, I would rather have the white pieces.
Yeah. All right, that's very interesting. Let's see the next one. We will go back to Jones against Balaji. And now, where did we leave this one? Let's go back to here. Knight G5, F4. Yes, we did see this.
Yeah, knight e4, the bishop b3, queen b8, knight
Queen
c6.
b8. Yes, coming in to take on b2.
Yeah.
Which he did.
So he took an e4 as he
and
had.
he took, which was what we thought.
Yeah, and played queen d2 possibly.
Yeah.
No, I thought maybe probably rook d8 doesn't quite work because of rook b1. So he went there, and queen f2, did he?
Queen f2. So white's avoiding exchanging queens here.
I'm not sure if knight c6 is vaguely a threat in that position. Or knight somewhere. Knight to there, and now it's white to move. What's he doing? He's thinking, is he?
No, he went rook fd1.
Which is basically supporting his knight. I don't know. I'd have thought rook ad1 was more to the point. I don't care about the a2 pawn here, surely. And I want to go f5. So I'd have thought the other rook looks more, it's a bit more macho.
Yeah, just give up the a pawn, because if queen takes it, you're going to break through with the f pawn.
It's just going to play f5, yeah. It's going to play chess. And I think it's probably quite useful to have a rook on rooks. So that looks better to me.
Yeah,
That would be,
what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, that's just my feeling. But if I want to play positionally, he may want to play knight b3 next. And knight c5.
I get the feeling White's not trying to do a positional one, because he did avoid the exchange of queens. And
but you must avoid the exchange of queens, because otherwise your position makes no sense. Avoiding the exchange of queens is not particularly aggressive. It's just a rational thing to do.
Yeah.
And this is, again, a bit dangerous, because maybe he's done this very well. Maybe, I mean, I'm a bit uncomfortable as black here. I wonder how to, because once white does get control of those dark squares, it's not going to be much fun. So you're going to have to play knight b3, bishop b6, or knight somewhere else, bishop b6, I suppose. In which case you don't want your bishop on prison d7. So if castles, he may just go knight b3, bishop b3, queen e3, put a knight on c5 and claim he's better. A very reasonable claim. Black might start with bishop b6, but then f5 is scary. I mean, the whole position, I just felt the rook's the other way around, but I could be wrong. I mean, I may be trying too hard.
All right. Let's see. Let's check in on Keith.
Right.
Against Aditya Verma. And this one.
Got his knight to d3. He likes knights in d3. Keith has very strong preferences as to squares for his lumps, doesn't he?
Yes. Yes, I've seen him lots of times play a knight to d3.
Well, so would I. And he'd be very, very happy if the guy swaps into an opposite bishop position, as would I. I think, oh, isn't that lovely? In a sort of, who's that? Marvin the Martian sort of voice, I would think.
Who is it?
I'm going to eat you. Isn't that lovely? I think he says something. It's one of those cartoons, but it's just, this.
I can imagine Keith saying that as well.
Possibly, yeah. I think that's a little unfair to him. I don't think he's, what's the word, phagus, or when you eat people?
Cannibal.
A cannibal, but there is a something phagus word. There is something phagus word as well, I think, which I yeah. So what's he going to do? E5 played. That's probably trying a little bit too hard, I would say. The queen in A5 does, of course, protect the rook on D8, which I hadn't noticed. So if pawn takes pawn, maybe it's not trying too hard. I don't know.
Let's have a look at this one then. So, okay. You could, just take the pawn here?
Yes, I'm guessing that. Well, black can maybe even just play bishop takes, or he can go bishop takes d3 and bishop b5 as well. I mean, if you did this.
So you did that.
Because queen takes, bishop takes doesn't work because the queen protects the rook. That's the point. And after this,
yeah.
Actually, black might even be slightly, well, it probably isn't slightly better, but he's.
So maybe takes like that.
Yeah.
And.
Well, we'd probably double rooks in the D line, I would think. But nothing very much is happening here. You can claim as white if you really want to. Keith probably would. That you might have a very, very slight edge because f7 is weaker than f2, but it's a terribly recondite claim, really.
Could black attempt to take on b2?
I was going to play queen b3 then, and I was going to recoup my losses in b7 and claim I was better. However, bishop b2, queen b3, there isn't queen a3 because it rotates rook, sorry. There's also, I think queen b3 is okay for white. I think that's a pretty bad thing for black to do because suddenly white's position is in danger of making sense.
Yeah.
You take on b7, maybe if you lose a pawn, you're starting to hit.
Because the c pawn will go as well, I suppose.
But even if it doesn't, if you get a bishop in c4, then f7 is starting to be a great and glorious target to the joy
I see what you mean, yeah.
All mankind. You know, if you can get bishop d5, queen b7, and then start fiddling around, then you can sometimes be better, even if you're not even a pawn up, you know, just by sticking. Because the thing is, with a pawn on e3 to attack f2, you have to put a bishop in e1, which is not going to happen at the moment, anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't do that then. So this is what, pretty level?
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, it's Keith playing, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's level, but it will go on for a while.
Oh, yeah. It might be very, very slightly better for. I mean, you just want to cover up as black, and if you reach an ending, a pawn down with nothing else left on the board with the bishops, you're happy. As is here, of course. I hope Lindsay's answering that as well.
All right. Let's head back. Keith's still thinking about that one. So let's see how Nigel's getting on.
Right. Well, he looks like he's got the advantage, doesn't he? I mean, your man is playing like he's trying to deliver mate with a rook f6.
Yeah, this was this Dutch, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the question is really whether you can land or not, and I believe you will fail to land by a move. Should be bad luck. So
yeah,
I mean, okay, rook to f6 certainly threatens something.
Let's have a look. So, okay, black's going to try and make this kingside attack count.
Yeah. Thank you. You're doing a lot of fiddling around with the screen, aren't you? I hope it isn't too irritating.
No, it's good. Okay, so rook f6.
I would start to get cross with the interface. I think g3 then is a good move.
g3. Haha, Waldsman. Black's attack seems a bit Dutch and go.
God. Who's this? Right. Yeah, the problem is I've got queen h3 or something. I've got knight f4, and I gain a huge tempo. There is knight f3, so queen h6. Let's try.
Oh, so here is just going to be good for white because this knight's so good. Yeah.
And the claim is that basically black has almost got a huge attack, but he hasn't, which is bad luck.
So queen comes back.
Now there is sort of knight f3 check, but even then knight f4, but probably queen c6 now, basically saying, well...
That's brave though, John, isn't it?
Not really. I'm hitting a rook.
Oh, it's true. You're hitting this rook here.
Why is it brave? I mean, if knight f3, I take it. I've still got knight f4 to defend. I mean, you know, if you think that you can go knight f4, takes, queen takes rook f4, queen takes bishop with check, knight f8, and that you're going to land, then, well, I'll go queen attacks the pawn on f3 then, rather rudely. You know, I'll find a way to defend myself somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, look, with this one on, it does look pretty good. That's true.
Well, knight b6, I'll take some more, so it's just going to be winning. I mean, the engine's going to say minus a lot, I think, you'll find. I think g3 is the only move, but it's not a difficult move at all.
But it's good, yeah. I
mean, maybe I could try to do something, queen c6 followed by f4 as well. It just looked... I'd have to run my king round, and, you know. Why would I?
Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty... Because the queen has to retreat, it looks like a good thing to do.
It does to me, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks basically winning. I mean, I don't think you can go rook f6, and therefore queen c6 is going to happen. And black's going to be a move away from some vast attack. And I have got it occasionally by such attacks, but I don't believe them. You know, I don't believe them if white defends properly. So I think black will be in the frustrating position of being
nearly being able to get an attack.
Well, but we'll nearly being able to land, really. The gun will be shooting the Space Invaders from close to the baseline.
All right. Let's go back.
Channel 4 covered it, yeah. It did indeed. And I already contracted Channel 4 when Nigel asked me to be a second. So I thought I will have my cake and eat it. And did.
Okay. Let's see this hack attack game.
Yeah, have they started to...
Maka against Tom Villiers. It looks quite a quiet game, you know.
Yeah, well, white's...
We'll go back to about there.
Improved greatly. So what did he do?
Oh, yeah, we saw this with the exchange of pawns and the knight coming into d5. f6. Okay.
Which is what I said, indeed. And then what?
Here they are.
Here they are, and there they are. I mean, white hasn't done this well. The problem is that if b4, you can put the bishop back in c4. That's your problem.
Yeah. I was looking at, would black want to exchange queens?
b4, I think, is critical.
b4 here. All right, I'm going to get a board. So b4, and then coming in.
Yeah, then I play rook d4 to try to take the bloody thing.
Ah, you're going for an exchange sack, John.
I am.
That's a good idea.
I think it probably is a good idea because I mean, I think if I can do that, then I'm always going to be at least equal. By the way, I had to watch out. After rook e8 might threaten queen e1 check, by the way, but that's not really a problem because I will take on c4. And I think when I take on c4, my position makes total sense. You know, I've got this fantastic bishop. So the bishop goes from being rather a bad piece to a very good piece in one leap.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they can play.
But what if I go here or something?
If you do that, I'll take and play b5.
You take the bishop.
Take the queen.
I take the queen. And b5. Oh, okay. And then if I take, you're taking d5, and that's
winning.
That c pawn is huge.
Well, but I'm also winning the exchange.
Oh, that's true as well. That's a good point.
This is probably very bad.
Yeah. Okay. So you can't do that.
Can't do that. Possibly plays rook e8 or something.
This one across.
Wasn't sure which one. Now if I go takes, you play queen e6. Takes. I don't need. I'm not sure if I need to take. Oh no, I can go takes, bishop c6. Sorry. That has to be good for. So that's definitely not good. That's clearly good for white, I would think.
Okay.
But,
so maybe can you go queen e6 to defend?
You can. Then I'll play maybe
b5.
I don't know if I could play b5. Maybe I can play queen e6 is quite a good idea to defend. Wondering about bishop b4, which is a bit excessive, probably. Just taking the bishop now. I can take and go bishop f1, can't I? But that's not so clear. I can go rook c1 and try to take it.
Like that.
And if you do that, you presumably move the king or something, and that's not very clear. I mean, if I'm winning, what I want to do is to get some position where I'm stable on the queen side and exchange down, and then my position's really nice, but not clear if I'm managing that. No, I wouldn't do that because the bishop's bad square. Now, the irritation is that after rook c1, you probably go rook to e8. And then I can't sacrifice the... Yeah. If I take rook check is annoying. If I go bishop f3, there's a question of whether queen e1 check is possible, by the way.
Bishop e3 here?
Bishop f3.
f3.
Yeah. I think queen e1 check works, doesn't it?
Check. So takes here. Bishop f1, is it?
Yeah, mate, next move, yeah. so that
nice.
Caused a small incident.
That would be. So this is Tom Villiers is black, so I could imagine it as a sort of hack. He's probably what he's playing for.
Probably what he's playing for, yeah. If they get to this position, actually, this is quite annoying. I can play h something to stop that, of course.
Oh, what, like h4?
Any move that gives the king a square stops that particular.
Yeah.
Well, I can just play bishop f1 and play chess, but then I haven't. It's all slightly irritating that's what I've achieved. And taking rook takes bishop doesn't really seem particularly clean to me because I'm ending up. If I could end up hitting c6, but the problem is there's rook e1 check at the end. So if I go takes, queen takes, rook takes, sorry, instead of h4. If I take twice and c4, then he plays queen takes queen, and then he's got rook e1 check.
Yeah.
Extreme irritation. Because if I could go bishop f3 and king g2, then my position would make sense again.
So you'd have to come out.
Well, then he can maybe do rook b8 or something. I don't know. But it's going to take white a couple of tempi.
Yeah.
Black.
That's not what you wanted.
That's not what I wanted. No. So I'm not even sure who's better at this point at all. But apart from anything else, rook to d8 might just win a piece. Actually, rook to d8 to d1 might just win.
Oh, so interesting then. This plan to sacrifice.
May not be a great idea.
Might not work.
No. Well, you know, I mean, I just throw ideas out until something works. It doesn't. It's the basic plan. By the way, Queen E1 check isn't a threat at the moment because of Bishop F1.
So Queen E1 here. It's probably not going to let me play it.
Well, it's not because it's White's move.
Yeah.
But Queen E1 isn't a threat as such because of Bishop or takes in Bishop F1 and probably doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
But it's, you see, White hasn't done this very well given Black this play on the Queen side. It's annoying. But I think B4 is the critical move.
All right. Should we see what they've done?
Yes, let's see what they've done.
Hi, Anit.
What have we got?
Okay.
Just scrolling down, I haven't got. So some of this is happening. You went rook to there first, did he? Interesting. And here, clearly trying to play. Well, he doesn't want to play Queen E1 check, doesn't he? He is a hacker, of course. The problem is Queen E1 isn't quite a threat at the moment, I don't think.
Yeah. So he didn't go before. He went. He did this rook E8.
He went rook D4 first, and rook E8 was the answer.
Yeah.
So, which prepares the glorious attack.
This is what we're expecting from Tom.
Yeah, and Bishop F3, Queen E1 check does force checkmate, which would be amusing. and you heard it here first.
Yeah. So okay, White should be careful not to play Bishop F3 at this point.
Bishop F3 would be deeply suboptimal.
So Bishop F3, Queen E1, Rook E1, Rook E1, King G2, Bishop F1, forcing mate. So yeah, that's what we're not expecting to see on the board, but you never know.
It would be passable, in fact, but I mean, to be fair.
Hi, Infinity Chess. Okay, right. Who did we not see yet? I think we didn't check in again on James Merriman against Bin Suhail. Okay, and so this one we left it. Let's just go back to. Did we see it up to there? Takes. Oh yeah, rook coming onto the D file. So knight B6.
This is still not that clear. I mean, White's got a bit of pressure, but Black's got quite a good centre and quite well defended. Actually, I mean, maybe the thing in this position, you really have to decide which pawn you're trying to attack. That may not be easy.
Out of the C and D pawn.
Yeah, you know, you can't really attack both of them.
You can't just go both. Want them all.
You can say it, but you know, I mean, at some point you have to take aim.
Yeah.
I don't like having hanging pawns, but I mean that's just because I don't know. I feel uncomfortable, but you know, this is all very personal. There are people who do that very well.
Mm. Okay, so White's breaking with E4. And then took.
It's quite sensible, actually, isn't it?
But it's an exchange rather than actually winning a pawn.
Oh yeah, it's just. But you might end up with. I mean, the knight in G3 is quite pleased by more white squares becoming available, isn't it? It's not displeased anyway.
Shall we actually check in on John Merriman's son while we're here?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So that's James Merriman. There he is. Against Robert Starley. Robert Starley, some of the regular viewers of this channel will know as Ferrari Fan. So Ferrari Fan's playing White against James Merriman, Black. Oh, and it's, well, I can see a knight's just gone to G3 check. I'll just quickly say how we got here. So it's a French defense.
So this is one of the main lines. Bishop c3 they play. Evangelist played this as black on the hand. He's played everything under the sun.
Has he?
Oh yeah, he does. Not particularly.
Oh, stopping castles.
You can put your knight in, yeah, you can go to that, play knight c5, presumably. Oh, knight c5, was there a knight d4 hit? No, there wasn't actually. Oh, there was, yes. So if knight c5, knight d4.
Because queen can't takes because of queen e2.
And if knight takes, queen takes, but then you can play rook c1. That's possible, but probably not good. Okay, that's why he's gone b3. He's trying to keep control. What does your man play? He could maybe even play c5 here. But...
Walsman saying Ferrari Fan is a well-known streamer. I didn't actually know Ferrari Fan did streaming. I'll have to check that out.
Right.
What I do know is Ferrari Fan, you know, the Checkmate COVID event, John. He won a copy of Game Changer at that event.
Right.
I sent him a couple of weeks ago. So who knows? Has he been reading Game Changer and trying out Alpha Zero techniques?
It's becoming a total.
What is this? Bishop e2. I suppose it was trapped. And then, oh gosh, this is clever, isn't it? So then the knight's going to come into.
Well, I mean, I think it's a bit desperate more than clever.
It's desperate, yeah.
You see, he's trying to. So you
trying to come out with something, but it's maybe not going to be sound for black here, we think.
Well, I mean, we calculate, don't we?
Let's calculate. Okay, we're going to need a board to calculate.
So the moves you can play are king g1 or pawn takes knight. I mean, given you're a piece up already, it shouldn't be sound.
Yeah. It's the same game.
Yeah, no, it's the same game. He didn't take the rook after pawn takes. Your man played rook takes, and he didn't take it because of queen f3 or something. I mean, basically white has more pieces than black, but there's going to be a little bit of action for a moment.
Yeah.
Possibly a lot of action. What's just happened? Rook f3.
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay, well, pawn takes.
Okay, so we saw it here, and then it went king g1, queen g6 here, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible you should go knight e5 actually in that position after. Oh, there's queen b1 check takes rook. Sorry, so that would be pretty stupid even if it's good. So now it's white to play, and it's just a question of.
Oh, because if we take the rook, there's a queen e1 picking up that rook on a5, right? So takes.
Yeah, indeed you are, but you have to go one move further than that, really. Queen
okay, let's go one move further. Here, queen here, and so we're going to.
Well, we got 90. I mean, if you do a body count, white actually has a complete rook.
We're loads up, and we're threatening mate.
Yeah, so you go 96. G6 is the only move, and then we'll play some sensible move to keep control of the position, and basically be totally winning. But
yeah,
we can't play rook e1 is the only annoyance.
Yes, you mustn't do that because obviously that would be a bit of a turnaround.
That would be a.
But you could put your rook to g1 or c1 or somewhere.
Yeah, but you probably. I mean, it's not clear you go 96 either. You might go queen e2. I mean, basically, white is completely winning.
Yeah. It's one.
Got slightly bad, a very slightly irritatingly bad king side, but not very irritatingly bad.
Yeah.
And you know it's going to require 2 or 3 good moves, which you may or may not play. I mean, queen g5 is a reasonable move here, actually.
Queen g5, just bringing the pieces around the king.
Well, it also stops queen d2, doesn't it? It's a bit rude.
Yes, it does.
So I'm going to put my queen in e5, where it. So you can get queen d2 check, but I play king g3, and I claim unreasonably and unkindly that I've got many more pieces than you. That your position's a crock, but and that basically you can resign this position, but you can, of course, because not only is white a piece up, but he's actually attacking.
Yeah. All right. Let's check back in on board 1, which is Timor and Jonah Willow.
So your man went Queen E2, which is pliable, but a little bit. So what's happening, Timor and Jonah Willow, and Black has now got in C5 and Bishop B7. The position isn't so.
This was the one where we were wondering if Jonah was about to launch his H-pawn up the board.
We were, yeah. I'm not sure if we were wondering very hard, but it does seem to me that Black's position makes a little bit more sense than it did, which is probably not particularly what White wanted. I think he could have either stopped C5 or, I mean, it's probably still perfectly good for White, but just feels like it isn't completely simple now in any way.
Do you think Jonah trying to get his knight to G4 and look at F6 and still do the H-pawn?
Well, maybe, but I mean, I think, Black has moves to do stuff in the center. And
yeah.
I mean, C4 may or may not be some sort of threat, because you can't take a lot of times because D2 does hack to the queen and D8. So if knight G4, I play C4 and carry on playing chess.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I'm going to open this one. Okay. So Black here actually.
What was Black's last move?
Black had played C5 before, and then Jonah played knight F2.
Yeah. Actually,
sorry. So we had it Queen G3, which was what we saw. It went Bishop B7, and then this maneuver came knight D1, C5. So it does look like Tim is trying to open up.
Did he play knight F8 or something now? What should he do?
He hasn't played yet, so he maybe will play knight F8.
It's a reasonable move. It tees up to play C4. I mean, okay, White stops it, but at least it gets the horse to. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to me that he's being tremendously convincing. I think he's still fine, but C4 is now a threat of sorts.
Yeah.
It's just a bit annoying, Black seems to have sort of semi-sensible pieces. I don't know, knight and E6, whether F5 does become possible, but yeah.
So maybe White should not attempt any kind of attack and just play more solidly.
Move his bishop or something. I mean, Black will just try to get room for his pieces to play, I suppose. I mean, I think, it takes a lot for White to not be somewhat better, but I don't know. I thought you could have kept more control a bit. Feeling, anyway. Fun to watch these, anyway. In games. So what does Keith done now? Has he found a way to get plus equals? I'd have gone knight C4.
Not yet. That'll be in another hour and a half's time. He'll be equal at the moment.
Probably according to the engine.
According to the engine.
Yes,
but happy. Yeah.
If he's equal but happy, that's already.
All right. So now, where did we see it? Did we get to there?
Oh, you went Queen C3. That's quite clever.
So we had knight D3. We did see. E5 we saw, and then Queen C3. Okay, offering an exchange of queens.
That's a very clever move, and I think
Waldsman's calling for hack attack to take over Jonah's position. See a hack. So what do you think, John? Is this what we said equals, but Keith's happy?
He claims that plus equals. He's going to play knight c5 if the guy does.
Yeah, I was looking at knight c5.
Now, can you get an a4, a5, or just your pawn gets stuck or something? Or, I mean, he probably doesn't really have that much. It's just a question of he likes his pawn structure a lot, of course.
He does. He really does.
What move might Keith play? h4 maybe? Just king f1? I don't know. I mean, I would think I was plus equal to c3, okay. I'm not sure exactly what that's doing. Maybe marauding to try to play rook a. We can't play rook a3 anyway. I don't know exactly why he did that at all. He may not either, actually.
Is he he's gonna double rooks on the c file?
Maybe, yeah. Try to play, I don't know, knight c5 takes, rook takes. I mean, just put a knight in c5 and then fiddle around a bit. And of course,
I think that might be what he's doing, is trying to fiddle around a bit. And
yeah.
I
think fiddling around indeed. It's more polite.
Because you notice with Keith, he also hi, checkmate a lot. He also plays very quickly these positions. He just knows them inside out.
He knows what he wants to do, so he does them.
Yeah. So Peter, checkmate a lot. Did you how did you do in your game? We can have a little look.
Who is checkmate a lot?
It's Peter Finn, who has been playing a lot actually during lockdown, and so right. This is, I guess, Peter, your first. He's saying he enjoys being back playing over the board. So I guess it is the first over the board tournament. You just had a draw then with candidate master Max Turner. Should we have a quick look at Peter's game?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm about to be supplanted by John, aren't I?
Oh, you are. We've got to do this in under 5 minutes then.
Well, I mean, if it's 5:01, I can survive. I just need half an hour spotting before I start teaching my other strong pupil. Okay,
so this is CM Max Turner against Peter Finn. It was a draw. Nimzo.
Yeah, I mean, if black can just get bishop to d6 to d5 now, he must be doing fairly well.
Bishop e6 he's done, and bishop d5 he's done as well.
Well, this looks quite nice for black to me. I'm not sure knight e6, queen g6.
Knight d6. Is
black going to play a b5? He is. I wasn't sure if he should, but
yeah. b5.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. And a redrawn here.
This is still, well, I suppose it isn't better for black because white's got the pawn on f3. Obviously, it's a draw.
Yeah. I suppose if I had to pick one side or the other, I'd pick black, I think. But
that's me too.
Yeah.
But I think you need a little bit more advantage to have anything real.
Yeah.
The pawn on f3 is very good. If the pawn was an f4, by the way, black would have quite a big advantage. But
okay, because of g2 being weak.
That would be an amusing position to play. I would still try to play this, but I wouldn't expect remotely to win it. I don't know if I would try to win it, actually. I'd still advise myself to try to play it, but I'd probably be too bloody lazy. Because obviously the offset bishop ending is completely drawn.
Yeah.
With queens, you could maybe try to put king and b7, then advance to attack or something, and then eventually lose and think what a lot of time I wasted in my life in order to drop half a point. Sort of seems if you asked an engine, it'll say minus 0.2, I think.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So you wouldn't.
If black had knight against bishop, black would have a clear advantage, by the way.
Oh, if the black had a knight here.
If that was a knight, that would be a clear advantage to black as well, I think.
Just because of the pawn structure.
Well, because b2 would be weak, and
yeah,
d4 would be weak, and black could maybe attack or attack c3 or something. Yeah, that would be very playable. This, I agree, is a draw, of course. Well, I can't really disagree, can I? But
no, it's cool, brilliant. All right, let's check in on Peter Wells.
That'd be good.
And so Peter is against Andrew Patterson is white. Peter Wells is black and defending against a threatened checkmate on h7.
With the unsporting move h5.
Unsportingly played h5 and not allowed a mate in one.
Indeed. So if g4, he probably plays.
He doesn't take it.
He doesn't take it, no. He can play queen d8 or queen f4 or something.
Yeah, I was thinking queen f4.
Seems like a normal move. And basically, white's the knight on b2 is very good, but you probably need to hack actually as black. I don't know. As white, sorry, and you may have to play.
So in this game, if Peter does get the queens off, then that's looking really good.
Oh yeah, yes, without the queens it would be. But I mean, the knight in b2, I don't know. It's not that clear a position to me at the moment, but it feels. Black is in quite a lot of danger of getting a big advantage, I'd say.
Yep. All right. That makes sense. Now, okay. Let's check back in on board one. Okay, Jonas brought his knight round now to h3. So I guess that's aiming for g5 next.
I guess so, yeah.
All right.
Doesn't look that clear.
Now, John has arrived. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to let John in and check that all out.
Hi to John. Hi, John.
Hi, John. Can you see and hear us all?
I don't think we can hear him, but...
Hi, John. We can't hear you yet.
Oh, hi, Natasha. Hi, John.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello. We're fine. We're fine. I'm about to puddle off and to have a little splot before I do some teaching. And they're quite interesting games. I've been throwing lots of probably irrelevant variations around. You'll be amazed to hear. I'd never do that in my life.
I wasn't amazed because I was listening, John.
Really?
Yes.
We're still live, by the way, guys.
Yeah, no, I know we are.
Okay.
I'm allowed to say hi to my.
You are?
My team captain before I puddle off. You're my team captain, aren't you? And
It looks like some exciting games.
They do, yeah. Okay, folks. Well, I shall puddle then.
Yes, thank you ever so much, John.
It's a pleasure, and I hope people enjoy it. And occasionally I say, you know, about a third of what I say makes some sense. That would be sort of sufficient, I think. And yeah, okay, right, Bobs. I'm going to go then.
Thank you, John. See you.
Cheers. Bye.
John.
Enjoy the match. Okay, John. So let's see. Have you got a preference of game to look at first?
Shall we start with board one?
Let's start with board one. So this, we actually have it on the board now. So this is Jonah against Tim Wall. Tim has now brought his bishop out to b5.
Yeah. So I was watching this just a while ago, and I really did like Jonah's position. Actually, I liked White's position a lot. I thought what he's going to do. I thought he's going to bring his knight from f2 to g4, and then play supporting the e5 pawn, and then play f5.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking with g4.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried if Black played h5, because then we'd just bring the knight back, and then Black's weakened himself more, the king. But he's played the move knight h3. Yeah.
Yes.
So what's his idea? Do you think he's going to go? He wants to go knight g5, I guess.
That's what I was thinking. And then what's he going to try and do? Is it supporting e6 perhaps?
Yeah, well, the first thing to say is that after knight g5, if black plays h6, we can probably just take on f7 with our knight, and then queen takes g6 check.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the knight's kind of invulnerable on g5. It's a strong square for it. But the question is, what happens if black just does nothing? What are we actually going to do? Because the black knight could head off to f8 and sort of defend the h7 square. So black's got resource, and I quite like Tim Wall's bishop b5. If he can exchange that bishop on d3, then white's attack definitely loses some of its power.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering whether Jonah will just play c4 here.
Okay, that's an idea. And just close off.
Yeah, just keep his bishop.
Yeah. Let's have a look at it on a board.
Yes. On a nice big board.
Nice big board. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, c4.
Yeah, I mean, I want to keep that bit. I mean, basically, the more pieces the black can exchange, the less powerful white's attack is, especially that bishop on d3. So I'm wondering what Tim's idea is. I'm wondering, okay, first of all, I don't see any tactics with that bishop on d3 unprotected because the queen's defending it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I suspect he will just either go bishop c6 straight away, or maybe take on c4, and then white will take back with the b pawn and then drop the bishop back to c6. And at least black's got an open diagonal for the bishop.
So maybe takes.
Yeah, I think take first. Yeah, I think white should take with the pawn to keep his bishop, and then here.
And just
Okay.
here.
Yeah, so now...
Yeah, the bishop's improved a lot, hasn't it, since a few moves ago?
Sure. But I'm still liking white's position because even pawn structure-wise now, white's doing well.
Yeah.
And black doesn't have any real pawn play on the queen side. So, you know, knight g5.
Okay, and threatening. We just leave it there until black tries to.
Yeah, it's lurking basically. Well, for example,
yeah, that's nice actually.
Yeah, for example, if black plays knight f8, then there's less cover on the e5, so we can then go f5, I believe. Yes. And now, yeah, I mean, basically, this looks absolutely crushing for white unless black has got some sort of tactic. So, for example, the queen on d8 attacks the bishop on d3, which is defended by the queen on g3. So it all depends whether black has got something takes e5 here, but it doesn't look promising.
So say bishop takes e5.
Yeah, rook takes e5, rook takes e5. Yeah, I've just noticed something though that is useful. That if after queen takes e5, queen takes d3 hits the rook on f1.
Oh yes.
Otherwise bishop c3 would just be killing.
Yeah.
But in fact, it would be killing the other way. So so this is definitely a resource for black.
Yes, it is. It is.
I mean, yeah, actually, and white can't even go rook f2 because of rook b1 idea. So definitely, okay, right. So this is. So
okay, so maybe white cannot play f5 straight away.
Well, he might be able to still. I mean, there's all sorts of things going on, but certainly it's not a complete obvious win.
Yeah.
For example, bishop takes e5, rook takes e5, rook takes e5. Maybe just f takes g6.
Are we doing this some kind of sack? What about knight f7?
Exactly. There's so many.
Well, look at this. This is crazy. Knight f7. Then king takes, presumably.
Yeah. Well, I can't see another move. Bishop g2. I don't think works. No. King takes. This looks horrible, doesn't it?
So what? Knight pawn takes.
Yeah.
And then if you go king e7 or something, queen e5 is check. Right. So you have to go there.
King e6, I believe. I mean, my feeling is just winning for white.
It looks like it ought to be, doesn't it?
Just g7 is probably quite good.
Ooh, going for another queen.
Yeah. To improve our attack that already has a queen, a rook, and two bishops. Yeah, I mean,
this is nice.
If you count up the attackers and defenders, it's got to be for white.
The Julian Hodgson technique of attacking.
Yes. Yeah. So I think we need to go back a little further to see if black's got anything better.
So okay, so that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if after c4 just looks very strong to me. let's go back to position after c4.
Yeah.
Maybe black should just, I don't know if maybe it doesn't make any difference. Oh, okay. So black shouldn't go, black just can't go knight f8. Let's look at takes again. And then bishop c6. And white playing knight g5. And let's see if black's got, let's see if we're missing any.
Yeah.
I mean, rook,
so we've ruled out all corners.
Rook b2.
Okay.
At least,
okay.
Yeah. And
what about, oh, I see. If we move,
yes, counterplay. Counterplay.
Yeah.
And maybe on a good day, queen a8.
Oh, attacking g2 as well.
Yeah, that might be a bit too flash. Our queen might be required nearer to home, actually. But anyway, the fact that the rook on b8 was doing absolutely nothing before.
Yeah, and now
so that's kind of like the downside of white playing c4 is that actually now this rook's actually quite a strong piece.
Yeah.
Or at least it distracts white. Yeah, this. I mean,
maybe we defend.
Yeah, I mean, I still think white's better, clearly better.
Like
but
rook e2. Yeah,
maybe rook e2. But at least black has got it's kind of like it's not black's got some counterplay now. Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. As in, all the tactics now are going to be, white has to calculate quite hard. So, once f5, for example, knight f8 now, f5 might not be quite as good with all these other possible tactics. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Black's more or less got all his pieces in the game. Okay. Of course, actually, white. The thing that the advantage white has is that he's got a nice strategic position as well.
Yeah.
But just the fact that things like knight e4 doesn't work here because black can take bishop takes e4 and d2 hangs whichever way you recapture.
So here takes, and this one goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a nice resource then, bringing that rook into play. Yeah.
Shall we see? Shall we see if anything's happened in that game? Then try another game.
Yeah.
He's actually having he's still thinking, yeah?
He's having a think. And rightly so, actually. It's kind of, it's not obvious what to play in this position. And
I just thought I had another thought. Something that white could do is that he could go c4, and after the exchange and bishop back to c6, he could play bishop c3. I think you can play. I think you can actually play the moves on that board. Actually.
Oh, can I?
I think so. Yeah. But anyway, you can do it here.
I'll do it next time.
Yeah.
Here takes back.
Bishop c3. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Stop playing rook b2, but also just giving e5 more support, so f5 becomes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm back to really liking it for white again.
Yeah, that does look nice.
I'm wondering whether black just has to play some sort of f5 himself, just to sort of get, just to while he can.
f5 now.
Yeah.
Then if you ever do get this knight into g5, you're kind of.
Yeah, but at least we've succeeded in blocking. We'll go knight f8. Yeah. We've blocked out white's bishops.
Right, now there's so many things to look at. You could look at en passant.
I think basically strategically en passant is what white wants to do, because white's attacking on the king side. White wants to weaken black's king side as much as possible. Obviously g6 and h7 are weakened now, but at least black kind of activates his pieces a bit. So knight takes f6 maybe. And yeah, black knights and bishops are not looking too bad now.
That's true.
But obviously f5 is still going to cause some damage, isn't it, to black's king?
Yeah.
So I suspect that white's. Yeah, I suspect that white's always. I mean, obviously we could have taken on e8 first, I guess, but actually I quite like doing this because let's do it this way. If he takes on e1, we could even consider queen. Oh no, can't do queen takes, but we'll just take with the rook. That'll be right. Yeah, this is why I still like white, because whatever happens, black's king's always going to be a bit weaker than white's.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because that g6 is very weak.
Yeah.
Interesting game. Yeah, bishop c3. It's not easy to find that, I would think.
No, because the bishop's also it's quite tempting to keep that bishop on its home diagonal as well, isn't it? Because when you go f5, then the bishop can come to h6 or a g5 and stuff. So,
all right.
Okay. Oh, he took.
He took the bishop. Yeah.
Okay, so he might have. Okay. He might have some plan to get f5 in. We'll see. Should we try? Should we try another game?
Yes. Should we look at board 2? Okay. So.
Oh. So white's just played rook from b1. I think that's just to b7. It's not taking a pawn on b7, is it? I think there wasn't a pawn there.
Yeah. We'll go back a few moves. This game was.
Well, yeah, it looked quite promising for white, actually.
Yeah. So it was like this. It was one where
it was a Scotch, wasn't it?
Yeah, and this sacrifice of the pawn on b2.
Or rather a 2 knights with d4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where white's got these impressive pawns on f4 and e5.
Yeah.
Okay, so he played f5. What did black do here? Took.
He swapped.
Took. Oh, was that some sort of bishop e3, I guess?
Yep.
Takes. Aha. Tactic.
With the idea of queen d4 at the end if you take them. Yeah, very good.
Right. That's a key thing, because if you can win the f5 pawn, suddenly all your problems have gone.
Yeah, maybe white missed this.
And black's just better now. Unless, what did white play here?
White played
rook b1. But thing is, black can still castle because queen d4 check picks up the bishop.
Yes.
What about bishop e3? Is that better?
Here, bishop e3.
Yeah, the idea is if black saves the bishop instead of rook b1, I mean.
Yeah, that's right. You think I can do it here, yeah?
You'd have to go back. If you go bishop e3 here, I think you can.
Yeah, okay.
I think what happens then, Natasha, is that if a move just gets played in the meantime, it suddenly goes back to the live position.
Okay.
Yeah. But if bishop e3, the point is if black saves the bishop, we can go bishop takes c5.
Yes.
And then we've got, that's big compensation, isn't it? Or, I assume, actually, because we're counting up the pawns, obviously black's ahead here, yeah?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 it will be. Okay.
Yeah.
6 to 5. But black won't have castled yet.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. So let's think about this. I think black can just, I think black can castle here. Still, he can castle. He's still got the tactic. Castles, queen takes f5, queen c3. Yeah, okay, we just move the rook and c5's hanging.
Okay, so move the rook.
No, what I'm saying is that basically, obviously, black wants to castle to escape this bishop takes c5, yeah?
Yeah.
If black can castle, then he's fine. But the whole thing is, if white goes queen takes f5 now, black still has got queen c3, forking the rook and the bishop.
Yeah.
And if bishop takes c5, which is, okay.
There we go.
And that's clearly better for black.
Yep.
And if bishop takes c5 instead of queen takes f5, then black simply moves the rook somewhere, maybe e8, maybe. Doesn't really matter, just somewhere safe. And white can't take the bishop now because of bishop on c5's hanging. Or, well, I suppose he could, but... So basically, obviously, you can go something like bishop takes a7, but basically, once black castles, he's just clearly better. White's king is the weaker now.
Yep. Interesting. Nice tactic.
Yeah.
In the notes there with queen d4.
So what about the position, where the live position?
So the current position is here. Is that? Wait a minute. That's not the current position.
I think if you just
Just click on the game again.
No, yeah, if you, you can do that. Yeah, I think it is the current position, actually, isn't it? Oh, one way to do it is to click the double arrow at the and then click live in the middle. Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's it. So basically, it looks like black's loads of pawns up.
Yes, it does.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and 7 against 3, so it's 4 pawns up. Okay, white's probably going to take a couple.
But 4 pawns is a lot.
It is, and also in the long term, once white's king is going to be weak, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'd assume, well, I guess basically bishop e6, for example, maybe. And if white goes queen takes it c5.
Queen takes, trying to swap queens.
Yeah.
You're going to check, I suppose.
We could check. We could obviously we could. See. You see, if we swap queens, white wins the a7 pawn. After which his drawing chances increase. I wanted to go rook a8, but of course he can just take the pawn. So this okay. This is still really good for black, but for example, rook d8, for example, and
because we're going to
then sort of h6, and then just play with your rook and bishop and the 4 against 2 on the king side.
Yeah. So it's good winning chances, but it's still work to be done.
Oh, yeah. There's still a lot of playing those 4 pawns up temporarily.
All right.
Should we try another one?
Should we see Keith?
Yes.
Against Adita Verna.
He's playing Adita Verma. Yes. Okay. Oh. Surprise.
Guess what? He's got his usual rook and pawn end game. So when we saw it before, I think we had bishop and a knight on. So I think this was pretty much when we last saw.
Okay.
Something like that. So Keith's attacking this b7 pawn and does get the knight into c5, which was what he's been kind of gearing up to try and do for a little while. And then they come off. Yeah,
it's notice that Keith he took with the rook rather than the pawn. Obviously, if you take with the pawn, then obviously that pawn on b7 is completely fixed.
Yes.
But the trouble is, black just puts his rooks on the 7th rank, and it's quite difficult for white to actually achieve anything more.
Yeah.
You can double your rooks on the b file, and I suppose you could push your kingside pawns up. But I think what Keith's aiming for, he just wants to, by taking with the rook, you still have the sort of a d5 pawn break.
Yeah.
Possibly just a general advance of your centre pawns, for example.
And he really likes this pawn structure. I have said it before, but he really does like this pawn structure. Yeah,
no, this is one of Keith's favourite moves, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a really good move. Basically, when you're trying to defend these positions as black, just in general positions when you're slightly worse than endgames, you want to have that structure where you have f7 and g6 and h5.
Yeah.
Because then basically to make progress, white has to keep exchanging. But by going g4, it just means that black can't really exchange any of his kingside pawns without creating weaknesses. So it just gains a lot of space as well, g4. So king g7, what happened? King g2?
King g2. And he's done this plan, doubling up those rooks to keep that b pawn safe. And Keith further expands on the
exactly,
king side.
Yeah.
Oh, and gets this a pawn up as well.
Exactly.
Now he's fixed that pawn, like you were saying.
The funny thing about in rook and pawn endings, like pushing pawns is often just a really good idea, because basically what actually happens at some moment, often it becomes a race. Yeah. So by pushing your pawns all the way up the board, you're just getting ready to be ahead in the race.
Head start.
Yeah, sometimes, like, imagine sometimes at some moments the rooks start taking all the pawns, don't they? Basically,
yeah. And then if one's near queening,
yeah, exactly, yeah. So no, but that's actually a quite important sort of theme.
Yeah, and so Keith here, he's got 1 pawn up to the 5th rank, and 3 pawns up to the 4th, whereas Aditya, the furthest forward is just the 3rd rank there.
Yeah, he's doing the 3rd rank defense.
Yes.
So the question is, I guess, I wonder whether Keith will go h5 as well. But I think
Aditya's a junior player, isn't he?
He is, yeah. I think he's.
Have you ever played him or done any?
Yeah, I've done work with Aditya. Yes, I think he's in
2004. His birthday. I just looked it up, which makes him 17.
Yeah, I think he's in year 12 or 13.
Yeah,
I think he's in year 12. I think.
Very nice. And so, does he know his rook and pawn endings? Because at that age, I didn't like rook and pawn endings very much.
No, you put that on the back burner, don't you? Basically, until later on. We'll see, won't we?
We will see.
If you can hold this against Keith, then definitely knows.
That's good going. Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be tough because
because this
very,
must be
very
his
strong
first tournament over the board again, and he's got his favorite endgame, rook and pawns. And even if he played enough moves so that England started playing their match, Keith would be happy to sit and play the king and the rook and pawn endgame.
Okay, shall we have a look at another game?
Yes. Let's check back in on Rajat Makka against Tom Villiers.
Okay.
Which actually was actually it's already drawn. So let's not.
Okay, so Tom Villiers did well actually there because at one stage it was looking very promising for White.
Yes. Yeah. So let's just see the last few moves. I'll just start it about here.
So at this stage it was looking very promising for White. He just had to avoid falling from Queen E1 check, as you and John were mentioning.
Yeah. White didn't go. White didn't, unfortunately, go bishop f3, allowing this clever tactic. Yeah. White did play b4.
Oh, okay. So he went very quickly for b5. Okay, let's see how that worked. Rook c. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And he got.
I think Black's definitely over the worst here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's possible that White could withhold b5 until a little bit later. Just maybe play a few moves, like for example on king side, like h4, h5. Just sort of there are a few things that White.
We try and soften it up a bit. And...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't think Black was ever doing anything. I think Black just had to sit and wait. Okay. I don't really see anything for White in this final position. Do you?
No, I mean,
Black's just gonna.
If the c pawn is further up the board, like in relation to our last conversation, the c pawn's sort of further there, but it's pretty well blockaded and it can't kind of go any further forward.
I think Black's going to just play, well, maybe move like h6 to give us king escape square, then swap bishops, put a rook on c6, the other rook on c8.
Yeah. Nothing to be done.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, what about James Merriman? Okay, now I actually just heard, I think this might be Chris arriving. Yes, it is. All right. Hi, Chris. How are you doing?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We're all good.
Brilliant.
Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm gonna disappear, and what I'll do is unshare my screen and get John to share his screen. Are you ready, John? Basically.
Let me just have a look. Maybe give me a second, actually.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just.
So Windows.
Chris, I'm gonna show you James Merriman's game.
Oh wow! Good.
Yeah. So James Merriman is John Merriman. James Merriman we saw earlier. John Merriman is the father. James Merriman's the son.
Correct.
We're seeing John Merriman's game. And we did have a bishop h7. Wait, we haven't seen all this. So where did we last see it? We'll start from here. Knight b6, and these knight a4, I think we saw up to there. Swapping off. And e4. And okay, bishop's lining up on h7.
Oh, wait a minute.
And he let him take it. So it takes.
Did Black have a choice there? Could he have maybe saved his h-pawn?
Looks like it, doesn't it? What if he just plays g6 or h6? Maybe h6.
I'm a bit nervous about g6, yeah.
A bit like long diagonal.
Yeah, I hadn't really seen anything immediate for white after h6, though. This is something.
No.
I mean, it looks dangerous with sort of knight h5 kind of ideas, but okay.
Yeah.
But it's going to be dangerous anyway if you lose your h-pawn, isn't it?
That's going to be dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose Black's going to get the b pawn back in exchange for it.
Yeah, I don't think white will be too worried about the b pawn when he's attacking the black king.
No. Okay, and this is where we're up to.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks really promising for white. I don't know.
Certainly does. Certainly does. That black king could be in a bit of trouble, and he's got an isolated c5 pawn, which isn't ideal either at the moment. Problems potentially on b7 and that long diagonal towards there as well. So all looking good for John at the moment. So what's the start? Guys, talk me through it. John Merriman, how many points is he on then in the tournament at the moment?
So John's up. He is on board 4 actually, on 2.5 out of 4. So this is round 5, the final round.
Right. Okay.
So John's going to upvote to Bin Suhail, who's on 3 out of 5. At the top of the tournament, we do have Jonah Willow and Tim Wall.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And that is a Jones, which is not Gawain Jones on board 2 there, and then Keith Arkle.
And Keith Arkle,
against
you will guess is in a rook and pawn ending against a junior player.
Oh no, and I've missed all the fireworks. Nigel Davis has won already, has he?
He has. That game was a Dutch defence, a Dutch stonewall, and Nigel managed to open up the queen side a bit, and he.
So how many points? So what's at stake here? So let me just get some of the scores on the doors. Jonah, how many of them have got what at the moment? So can I see how many points do they have? Oh, there we go.
Just on the left here. So Nigel Davis has 3.5 out of 5.
Oh wow, 5.
He will be overtaken.
Yeah, sure.
Because one of Jonah or Tim will overtake him, and also one of Arava Mundi and Stephen will overtake him too, because they're all on 3.5 at the moment. And Keith also potentially could get to 4 if he manages to win against Aditya.
Yeah.
Or Aditya could catch Nigel on 3.5. And in this game, we just saw John Merriman against Bin Suhail. Again, one of those would, if John managed to win, he'd catch Nigel. If he lost, Bin Suhail would overtake Nigel.
Right. Okay. So it's all happening at the top, and down the bottom, you were checking out. How is young James doing? Is he?
James, we checked in on his game earlier, which wasn't looking that promising. Actually, he has lost that game against an experienced player, Robert Starley.
Okay.
He finished on 1.5 out of 5. Should we check in on Peter's game again? Peter Wells was doing well, I think, against Andrew Peterson. Yes, because he had this knight that's coming around to a nice square.
White seems to be trying to build up some sort of attack there on the king's side.
We saw him build up an attack on the h7.
How's he gonna? Is he gonna go for it? Is he gonna try and get g4? Oh, is he gonna try and get g4 played?
I think he probably will. I think.
So, okay. Oh, well, is there going to be some?
And then Peter might try and swap queens.
There's always a queen f4, isn't there? And that's
queen f4, queen d8. Those kind of moves are possible.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's a bit of a killjoys move, isn't it? Actually.
Actually, g4 might still be the best move, though.
Yeah, it might be. So how would that work? Let's just do a bit.
Because after all,
g4 queen. How does that work? G4 queen f4 gh. Queen takes queen. Rook takes queen. Then if he goes G5, at least there might be rook G4 followed by H4 next go. Is that about right? Or is that black knight going to swoop in somewhere like E5 or D2 and cause some trouble?
Yeah, I think probably white has to go G4 anyway here.
He's not got any other break.
I mean, there's rook E4 as well as an option for
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yes.
Presumably an F4, F5 might be a little bit slow. Is there, or is that a possibility?
It's also F4 maybe, yeah. F4, obviously you've got to watch out for knight E3 and then queen takes C3.
But actually, if we speculated on something ridiculous like F4, knight E3, F5, is that ever going to work in a month for Sundays?
Ooh.
So knight F1, are you going to go F6? I'll just take your rooks.
Yeah, okay, all right. FG. This is FG. I don't
take back.
You know, that's
if you lost your enthusiasm for this.
I was hoping you weren't going to take that pawn back.
So, you're hoping
it's got horribly pear-shaped. There's nothing doing, is there? Okay, forget that. Forget that idea.
You could try F6 and then Queen G5 to H6.
But yeah, but you might get to. Well, yeah, go and give it a go. Why not? It's not my position. So, but then maybe you can just go Queen E5 and take on F6 because I've lost my rook by that stage, haven't I?
Sure. Yeah.
So that's never going to work, is it?
I think white's.
Maybe G4.
Yeah. The point is, we've gone Queen H4 and Rook H3. We've spent all this energy doing that. If you don't go G4 now, then all you have to do is move your Queen and Rook back again, aren't you? I suppose actually, I did have another thought though. Rook G3 does actually. Well, it doesn't quite threaten Queen takes H5 because Queen takes.
Oh, just here, Rook here.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, that's vaguely possible. Although
so, what does it actually threaten?
Nothing.
John, very instructive.
Yeah, that's a good move. Knight D2 to E4 is very strong. So maybe G4 is what white's got to do.
Yeah.
Rook E4 and then F3.
Ooh. Okay.
Rook F4, Knight E2 maybe. We trap the rook.
That's what it's all about, really.
Black rook's trapped.
Yeah, that's a nice little self trap by black. Although, wait a minute, pawn takes pawn is not a good move for black either here, is it? No. So things looking up. G4.
Okay.
I don't know what he's thinking about. Obvious G4. Go for it.
G4.
What about okay? So Queen.
We were looking at Queen F4 before, weren't we?
I'll put this in GH. We've got to look at this, haven't we? This is like, or could be critical. Queen takes Queen, Rook takes, and then I'm speculating. It's not false, but maybe G5 if allowed, but maybe not G5. But in which case, at least White might have some drawing choices. So
this is all right for White, isn't it? Or
I mean, I slightly prefer. I mean, it's difficult actually. I mean, I don't think White's very close to being equal here. I think. I mean, actually, White's position's not terrible, is it? I mean, it's equal pawns now. I think if Black could get G5 in and sort of.
That's what I was saying. So G5, Rook G4. Let's go for this.
Yeah. And then F6, F4.
And H4.
Oh, no, but H4 can be met by Knight E5, I guess. Yeah.
And then Rook G3, and then what G4?
Yeah, that knight on D4.
Then F4. Then we've got F4 off to G4.
Yeah, that knight on D. That F. I like F4 there. It's great when they can't do en passant because of the pin, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't.
wow,
Yeah, now White's better.
Yes.
that's a turnaround.
Yeah.
Wow.
To be honest with you, actually, here the more I think about, obviously, you've got to go. I mean, you're pawn down anyway, aren't you, in this position? So just from a practical point of view, you've got to go G4, haven't you?
Well, what about if you don't go Queen F4 then? What if you go Queen to D8?
Well,
Or is it the same?
GH, we get the same position anyway.
Same thing, it's just the same, yeah.
Oh, I've just had another thought here that's a bit of annoying for White. Rook E5.
Rook E5 here.
Yeah.
Defending on H5, yes.
Yeah. And if Knight F3, only then Rook E4.
Very sneaky.
And then they can't do F4 and trap our rook.
No, and that's not pleasant for White at all.
Rook E5 is quite sneaky, but let's remain calm for the time. Hang on, say that again. So put the knight back and the rook on E5.
Yeah, you can go F4 maybe.
Yeah, I'm going F4. Can't I go F4?
F4 now.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah.
There won't be any G5 now. Well, hopefully not. So that's okay, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I guess black can play rook e3, but it's not. White just takes an h5, and this is
Game goes on.
Yeah.
H5.
Starting to look quite
We'd have to take here.
Yeah, that's okay, isn't it? Queen takes.
Yeah.
There's no reason why. I mean, white might even be slightly better here now because black's king's going to be a bit weaker than white's.
Yeah, he's got a few daft pawns, but black's pieces aren't great. The rook on b8 not pulling its weight right now.
Somehow, I just think we missed something here because
it's very possible that we
otherwise he'd have just played g4. So, I mean, he's got to play g. It feels like he's got to play g4 anyway. But
yeah, let's go back. So maybe that we'll get a touch of inspiration. Let's head back to g4. Has he not yet played it? Yeah, no. Right. No. Okay. So if g4, right. Let's just. So let's do the what we're supposed to do, the candidate move. So we know, let's put all the candidates. So what have we got? Queen f4. We've tried rook e5. We tried rook e4. Still possibly more to be looked at there.
Have we tried knight d2?
No, not yet. That's interesting, isn't it? Knight d2.
It is, but obviously candidate move for white then is obviously just g takes h5.
Right.
Yeah, because the knight on f1's not doing a great deal.
We could get mated.
Yes, exactly.
Takes. We can't really take, can we?
Now I was wondering whether you can play maybe like rook e4 here, but
yeah, you could go rook e4. I was thinking maybe f4 then. Let's see, even can we do f4 or is that
gonna maybe f4. Yeah.
F4, then.
So knight f1, pretty much. You feel like knight f1's got to be played now.
Takes.
Yep, hg.
Takes. That's threatening mate.
It is actually threatening mate, isn't it?
Quite dangerous. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yep. It's another way to lose for black.
Oh, gosh.
Be recommended.
Oh, king.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just king g7. King
g7. Are you going to come out?
Queen h6 check.
It looks far too ropey. Yeah, that's gone. That's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So what? So like you say, what's he thinking about? He can't possibly have any other idea, can he, other than g4?
This definitely has it not been played? Can you? How do you check it?
The white clock's still ticking, isn't it? The white clock.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it hasn't. It hasn't.
I keep thinking we've missed something really obvious because, like I said, white's a pawn
Well,
down.
unless he's thinking about the f4 f5 plan, which we see.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, is that? I mean,
you could go f4, knight e3, and then move your rook to f4.
Yeah, you could, but then the problem is then
queen c3 just looks really strong. So
yeah, exactly. That's the problem. We could try that. Put it on the board if you want. F4, knight e3, and move the rook. But where to? If we go rook f3, then queen take. Is there queen takes c3 in the?
Yeah, you're threatening queen c1, and you're threatening the knight.
The knight e1 is mate as well as.
Not quite. You've got queen on
after queen, yeah, after he moves his queen, it was what I meant. Obviously, that's what I meant. I assumed I was going for checkmate. Now, okay, so yeah, this doesn't look good, does it? Be honest. Unless, wait, there's another idea. It's not necessarily very good, but you could give up the exchange on e3 and then go f5.
So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I still think it's not really working because we're not really attacking on the right squares, are we?
We're not really. We're not. We don't even have huge threats. I mean, yeah. We can put it in.
We've got f6 queen g4.
It's working, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a threat. It's a threat. Go for it. Rook e3. Come on, let's get on with it.
Yeah,
Now f5.
F5.
I don't think black's going to want to take that pawn, is it? If he can.
No, but there's some sort of centralization. Oh, okay.
So what are you threatening? You're threatening
To be honest with you, I still think
You're such a killjoy. What are you actually threatening?
Sorry.
I mean, it's serious. And she gets to the nitty gritty. This is like grandmaster play here. You don't actually threaten things, right? Okay. So what are we? That's a very good point. Well, we're threatening moves like Queen. No, we're not exactly. We're threatening FG and Queen G5, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe FG and Rook F6.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Black can put his queen on E5 at any general moment, can't he? I suppose.
Yeah, that's obviously a killjoy.
It's a solid idea.
So, yeah, for example, Queen E5, I'm not exactly sure what White does.
That was always one of the little issues. Yeah, like nothing, I think. Well, that was all good fun while it lasted. So we've ruled out that. I can't believe what he's thinking about. Why is he? Okay, so let's. Well, if there's not F4 and there's not G4, what other plan can
But there was G4, wasn't there?
No. Well, yeah, but okay, there is G4.
I think there's probably something really good for Black after G4 that we're all missing, basically, and that's what.
How dare you suggest that? Well, it doesn't. It feels not brilliant, but like desperate times call for desperate measures, don't they? Isn't that usually the? In fact, we haven't actually refuted this G4 yet. Is that right?
No, we haven't.
No, I mean the best that the best that we get is some sort of endgame where White wins the pawn back, and obviously that's a great result for White if that's what happens.
So we could see a subtle move like Rook E4, F3, Rook E5, F4. Is that what we could see? We could see that potentially happen.
Yeah.
And then Rook E2, going for mate, GH. And then Knight E3, threatening Rook G2 check does it. But then HG.
After Rook E2, Chris, I'll take your Rook.
I'm not doing very well here. Your Knight is on a D4 still. Brief. That's what you get when you have an afternoon in the park with liquid refreshments. Right. Okay. So.
Should we move back to this later on?
Board one. Okay.
Checking on board one. Yeah, that sounds like. Oh, well, this is just peace.
Wait.
This doesn't really affect the tournament, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Right, let's get back to people.
It will affect the tournament. I mean, yeah.
Right, let's go back to the top board.
Should we go back to board one?
I've not even seen. You say back. I've never even seen this game.
This is Jonah Willow against Tim Wall.
Right. Okay.
So actually, board two, we should look at too because they're all on 3.5.
Right. Yeah. I need to check out Keith's. Yeah. What about Keith? Can we look at Keith first? Is that possible?
No,
that's just a rook and pawn ending.
Oh, okay.
We can look at that in a minute.
Is that how it started? Or did they start?
It was where it was always aiming to.
Oh, Keith. Oh.
So should we just see some of the, how did we reach there? Because last time we looked at
this was some sort of like E4, E5 scenario, wasn't it? It was one of those like Max Lange type things. Or was it a Royal Open? Anyway,
I think it's a Sicilian.
It was a Philidor type.
Oh,
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. Let's head back. Yeah, okay.
So it was looking very promising for White, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jonah had put his knight onto H3, and we were looking at lines because if the knight ever goes into G5, John was pointing out that Black couldn't ever force it away with H6.
So the knight takes F7, yeah?
You got all this, all these tricks.
Also,
there was and then we did see Tim put his bishop on B5.
Yeah, this is an interesting point. He put his bishop on B5, and we thought here that White should play C4 to keep his strong attacking bishop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though it opened the B file, that looks
because really... John had this lovely move. I'll just
can I ask an obvious question? So, why if he just took and went Queen D3, doesn't that win the D5 pawn?
C6.
So you just needed to say no. That was what you needed, right? C6. You're right. Okay, then C. Okay, then C.
This was the line we liked with Bishop C3 to kind of stop a Rook B2 counter attack.
Yeah, and we just felt the White's kingside attack is just going to be. Well,
it's also kind of half a pawn down Black here.
Yeah, Black doesn't have any counterplay. Knight G5 followed. I mean, I think White's even ready to go F5 very quickly here. So. Yeah, he didn't. He swapped. I think he did. What did he do? He swapped then, did he?
He swapped. He only swapped bishops.
Okay.
Okay. So he did do this, and then he. And
And then we haven't seen it from here, I think. So
oh no, I'm sure he must have. Yeah, 95. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
5. Rook b6.
Okay.
Queen across to d3.
Yeah.
h6. And knight came back.
And then what happened?
d4.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Bishop a5. And rook across to e6. And that's where we are live now.
So,
okay, just what do you think?
So I was just wondering, there wasn't by any chance a knight takes f7 was there in that position when his knight was on g5 and then queen d5 and then f5?
You mean after black played h6 to kick it away?
Yeah, to kick it away.
Shall we have a look at that?
Just out of interest, I was just wondering whether there was knight f7.
Yeah, knight f7. Let's see that.
I'm sure he must have considered it, yeah?
Yeah, queen take.
And queen d5.
And queen d5 check.
So the question is, can black just get away with playing rook e6?
Rook e6, yeah?
Rook, yeah, let's do rook b e6 maybe.
This
B,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to hide my king on g8 once you go f5 takes. And
So we'll go f5, right?
yeah.
Well, I was wondering, I was vague, okay.
Oh, unless you want to go g4.
Yeah, I was vaguely wondering about actually
yeah.
have a pawn on f5 if I could.
Yeah, g4, yeah.
But maybe there's c6 to try and budge my queen.
Yeah, or knight b6.
Knight b6 to swap off. Well, that's knight b6.
Knight b6 to obscuring your queen to your bishop on d2.
Yeah, you're right. I'm guessing we have to give them, obviously the good players, we have to give them credit. I just thought it might be fun to have a quick look at that move there.
Yeah.
So he didn't. And obviously, interestingly enough, compared to that last time where he could have done queen d3 the move before and after c6 gone c4. But he obviously he prioritized bringing his knight into g5, didn't he? Do you see what I mean? If we head back a couple of moves, head back to where he played bishop takes bishop on b5.
Yeah.
So he went. So in this position here, bishop takes b5, rook takes b5. So I was just out of interest wondering, but if we did do that queen d3 move and then c6 and then c4.
So queen here.
I was just wondering if there was a tactic after c4. Just trying to wonder why that wasn't, because it seemed if black has to go dc, then that feels a bit ugly. But
oh yeah, those c pawns.
Ah, wait a minute. Oh, it does look, yeah. I mean, black does have some knight takes e5 tactic at some point. He's going to move his rook, hasn't he?
He's got to move his rook now. Yeah, but yes, but don't know. He can't, because
maybe
then he'd have to go back to b7, because after f takes, he needs to be protecting f7, doesn't he?
No, rook b8.
Then rook b8 now, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to have knight takes e5. Okay.
At the end, yeah.
Knight takes, pawn takes. Yeah, you're probably right there. Yes.
Do you want to show that, Natasha?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
So c takes d5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pawn takes d5. Queen takes d5. And now black's got knight takes e5 to regain the pawn, because the bishop on d2 will hang.
Yeah.
So that's luck. So that means black doesn't have to ruin his pawn structure. After c4, he can put his rook back on b8.
Yeah.
So that's quite, okay. It's quite.
That's quite a handy defense, isn't it? Really, that.
Yeah, there's some nice resources for black in this position. Shall we have a look at the actual?
Yeah, go for it.
It stands.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So the actual position now. Yeah. So he's moved. Tim's moved it. So Jonah played his bishop out to a5. And Tim's moved the rook across, doubling up rooks on the e file, rook e6. So that kind of, it looks like it might provoke an f5 at some point. At the moment, e5, like if f5 moves, then that e5 pawn is going to be weak or can be taken.
He seems to be trying to do all he can to stop f5, doesn't he? Is that right? That e5.
But not just that, because I think, Jonah's played this very positionally, because obviously he could have just gone for the attack earlier on. But I think he wanted to, for example, when he puts his bishop on a5, he's vacating the d2 square. So I think he wants to go knight d2 to c4 maybe, or knight d2 to e4.
Yeah, okay.
But I think one of the reasons Tim's got his rook on e6 is that he can maybe meet knight d2 with f. F6 possibly, yeah.
So here.
Yeah, I know that G6 hangs, but then F takes E5. So it's quite. I mean, this I think is a result again compared to what Black had earlier. I think this is sort of more game on. I think I still prefer White.
Yeah.
But Tim's fighting. You know, it's. I mean, White's got the better pawn structure. But if he can't play Knight D2, he'll have to sort of. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'll have to sort of do some tidying up first, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah. All right. Should we have a check on the second board as well?
Okay.
Which is Stephen Jones against Arav.
Amadan Balaji, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So this is kind of what we were talking about a bit earlier. Is this actually live? Or is this our analysis? Maybe you should flick.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe do that and then go to live.
Oh
wow.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Opposite color bishop ending.
Yeah.
The pawns.
So I think that White's got much better drawing chances now than what we looked at previously.
Because we had rooks on before, didn't we?
Black was 4 pawns up before, but having said all that, two of them were probably dropping off. But the fact that the rooks are off the board now, it feels like White's got. I mean, it still might be winning for Black because
well, they're 2 files apart, aren't they?
They are quite a long way away apart. That's not. Yeah. So basically, yeah. I mean, obviously, yes. I was just comparing it to what White had before, which looked really grim.
But having unfortunately missed all that early excitement, I would still think Black's got excellent.
Yeah, I think probably And also, significantly, it might seem.
Hi, Mr. Dodgy. Thank you so much for the raid. We've been raided by Mr. Dodgy.
We've been raided.
Tell me what a raid is, Natasha.
What does that mean?
Oh,
that's not normally good news when you've been.
No, it's good news. It's good news. It's nice.
Right.
Mr. Dodgy, he's finished streaming, so he's sending his viewers over to our channel.
Okay, good grief. Okay, we do have to up our game or something.
Yeah,
we do.
Welcome to Mr. Dodgy's viewers. Yeah. Okay. So, yes, good. Is that it? That was it. We've been raided. That's what it means. We've got
all the, like he does the upside down knight symbols.
Oh, okay. Good.
And everybody's writing them. You see, they're really nice.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Now,
Neil Block has done 3.
Right. So,
and then Sarah's done 1.
Upside.
You know the Mr. Dodgy symbols.
Mr. Dodgy. You're losing us, to be honest with you. Well, right. Anyway, back to the game. The other point, of course, John, which is quite useful, is the fact that the H pawn, H1, is, of course, a white square.
Yes. So White doesn't have that opportunity, that resource of giving up his bishop and like Black having the wrong coloured H pawn.
Yeah, that's correct. So
the question is here: should Black play G5 now, or do we need to be worried by H5 by White?
That's a very good question.
I think I would play G5 here.
For Black?
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Probably the truth is we're gonna have to play it at some point anyway.
Yeah, so let's do it now. And then if he captures, I'd still capture with the H pawn. It's still. Oh no, actually, well, funnily, that's funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, normally it's better to have them further apart. I'm just so you would take with the you were taking with the F pawn. I would have thought
Probably, yeah.
Except if he can put his king on E5 and annoy us, and we can't come anywhere in. But presumably we can just come up to G6 and then start.
Yeah, and he can't. If he goes G4, we just put our bishop on D1, don't we? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is fine, isn't it? Yeah. So I think this is you just do don't you? King
G7.
King G7, yeah, for sure.
And King G6, and then
and then just shuffle down. We're going to get 2 outside pass pawns, more than 2 files apart, without any problems about having the wrong color rooks.
Yeah.
Is that not? I think that's just straight. Well, nothing straightforward in life, but you know what I mean.
So is this a win then, do you think, now, Chris and John?
I would say yes.
because the pawns are far enough apart.
Well, normally it always used to be. See, people are following this. This is an interesting thing. When I was learning, I always was learning as a junior, there had to be 2 or more files apart. And then I used to think, yeah, but surely that doesn't mean connected. Connected are obviously better. And then when you learn a bit more, you realize that actually connected pawns are brilliant in rook and pawn endgames. But actually with opposite color bishops, you can stop so long as you don't get not behind, but in front. So you've got one bishop stopping a pawn attacking. How can I describe this, John? Well, one bishop stopping the pawn from advancing, because then you can chop it and give up the bishop for 2 pawns, and the same bishop attacking the pawn behind. That's the most rubbish description I've ever given. But you basically, connected pawns aren't actually that brilliant just in the opposite color bishop endings, so long as there's no other pawns.
Yeah.
But 2 or more files apart, that's what
I think. Sometimes it also depends on whether the defending bishop can do everything on a single diagonal. As in, like, if it can stop both pawns on a single diagonal.
Yes.
And that's the thing. That's like a really important theme in endgames. The bishop doing more than doing more.
If we ended up with the G pawn here, and then we got all the way to G2, bishop on the diagonal it's currently on could stop both those pawns.
Exactly. Yeah. And then it becomes a bit more complicated, because if white's king can just sort of like mirror black's king and stop it getting in, then it's possible that white can then draw.
The problem will be if, for example, imagine that scenario that you were doing, and we're catapulting a black pawn on G2 and parking the bishop on C5, because obviously
we could probably play some moves and get it there.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, I still think
Although that
it wouldn't be these moves exactly.
Them on black squares.
Yeah, black should probably be moving the king up as well.
Hang on, I'm not even going to get it.
You're not going to get it, are you?
I'm not actually even going to get
G3, go G3, and then HG, and then come off, and then come and take the G4 pawn. Go on, go for it to Natasha. Believe me. No, I'm in G3 by white.
Oh golly!
Hopeless at fabricating.
G3,
HG, but then king back to F4. And then G2, and then king takes G4. G2 by black, or okay, whatever. G2, king takes G4, and then black's got a dilly-dally for a while. Yeah, go king F6. But I think he's probably going to be winning anyway, isn't it? Because he's going to
king F4. So we've got to basically, our king's got to, we can't allow black to go C5, because then once black goes C5, C4. Yeah. Then the white.
So let's go king F4 and go king G6 to give black a time-wasting move in the wrong direction, and bishop C5 or something, or bishop, right. So the question is, can we win this sort of position? That would be so anybody that's just watched us play those last movies, who on earth are these commentators? They're rubbish. This is obviously the position we're trying to speculate on.
Yeah. So black will probably try and get his king to D5.
But the problem is it's difficult, isn't it, to stop, because then white's got it. White can't use the E3 square, and he can't use the E4 square for his.
No, but white's actually threatening king F3 here. So we're going
to. We need to.
So we need to put our bishop on D5 first, I guess.
Yeah. Yes. Good point. So is that where we're at? Is that the stage where we're at? Whose go is it here?
It's black's go.
So go bishop B3, like you say, John.
Bishop B3.
Well, we can go bishop D3, of course, can't we? Sorry, and protect it on F1.
Okay. Yeah. But white could maybe then go king. Oh yeah, okay.
I think isn't this right? Then we're going to go king F. So you could go bishop D4, couldn't you, to stop king F6? And let's say we go. Oh, but then we can go bishop F1 to just wait for a move. Now it's over to white. Is he going to move his king?
Yeah, king G4.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this is some good stuff, isn't it? So yes, so this is the test, isn't it? Can we do a bit of jiggery pokery to kind of like zoom around there? So if we go king F7, then you've got to go king F5, have you?
King F5, right? Yeah.
Now if I do the check, then I force you to go one way or other. Bishop D3 check.
Yeah.
And you've got to go one way or t'other. You can go to E5, I guess you've got to, haven't you?
Yeah, and then king G6.
Yeah, and then you go king F4, and are we back to square one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So this is drawn, maybe.
Well, I think it just might require a bit more subtlety, which isn't necessarily a strong.
And if king H5. You're going bishop f2, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh no, king f3 draws immediately again.
What about if I go the long way round, all the way around to the other side? The A
Yes,
round
that's
to
possible,
B7
isn't it?
A6, because then you're gonna, if I go to B, just go the long way around.
So king f7.
Yeah, king E5, king E7. I have a feeling at some point we'll be able to sneak through one way.
Yeah, that's yeah, I like that. Just get our king to b5, yeah.
Yeah.
So white just has to pass.
Then you'd have to have a bishop on G1 and a king on D6, wouldn't you? But then I can accelerate down to F1.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I think probably. Wait, but I think that's the worst case scenario as well. We had to do quite a lot of things just to achieve this position, didn't we?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, again, yeah, like I said, basically, I don't think black needs to allow white's king to be so active.
No, okay.
In the game, black should improve his king first and only get a pass pawn once his king is in a stronger position, I think.
And probably black can engineer a passed H pawn rather than a G pawn.
That is another very good point.
Yes, and that will definitely help black. And
yeah. So I think this is going to. I think
in fact, if it's an H pawn, white's bishop won't be able to do everything on that single diagonal.
Yeah. Then you can't do this diagonal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was often, to be honest, John, as well, that whole thing about stopping the diagonal, that's particularly relevant, of course, when you have a passed pawn of your own, isn't it? Is that right? When you can protect one of your passed pawn and block one of the other. Anyway, we're kind of digressing a little bit. So let's so I think there's very good winning chances here is the way I see it for black.
I quite like the way that white's he's not swapped actually. Just keeping those pawns. Should we look at another game?
No, I'm afraid. Sorry, because Keith has already won this game.
Oh,
let's see what happened.
You stop me from seeing any of the Keith's. Oh,
no.
Usual story, isn't it?
Should we have it on the big board?
Yes.
Big board?
All right.
Oh wow, big board. Whoa. Oh my word. Okay. Yeah.
So, well, let's whiz through. We'll whiz through this first bit because we've done it already, and then.
Okay.
So Keith's white's, Adichie's black, and
typical solid Keith keeping control.
Yeah, stopping the queens, and he quite likes having the knight sometimes, doesn't he? He doesn't mind. And then these bishops come off, and then we saw Keith B pawn to fix that B pawn in a moment. Oh yes, but G4.
G4's a star move, wasn't it? Basically.
Yeah.
Stopping F5.
Stopping G5, stopping H5, or even F, maybe F. Actually, stopping F5. Actually, yeah, as well.
Thank you, Steve Chessweb. I'm going to put names actually on Chris and John in a moment.
Yeah, it's a nice preponderance of central pawns going down there, isn't there? Oh, can you take on H6 here? What's going on?
Oh, that's a nice little trick.
Did take on H6.
Yeah.
Did take on
H6. No, what a tactic. Okay, so if black takes just E7 and you can't stop it queening.
Can't get back.
Yeah, pawn of the day.
Can't get back or come behind. Man,
that was crafty.
But did he have to, yeah, okay. I do like White's position, but did he have to allow that? I suppose he.
Oh, and actually to see the end, the last move, Rook takes A5, Rook H7 check.
Rook H7 check, yeah.
Oh.
Twice.
So if King F8, you just take on B7.
Yeah. Or even
Yeah, those pawns are.
And then sort of E4, F5.
Yeah.
So that was a clever trick there by Keith.
It was.
Double clever trick.
But he already had a big load of chunky central pawns, didn't he? Connected passes almost. It's always better to get those centre pawns and the connected ones in the rook and pawn endgames. And he had a few kind of edge ones, didn't he, Black? A B pawn that wasn't going anywhere, and an H6 one which soon dropped off. Okay, yeah, nice work, Keith. All in a day's work for Keith, the usual thing. So what's going down? How about, okay, so we need to check back on those top boards, do we?
Yeah, or maybe what we could go back to the will you or won't you play G4 board.
Oh my word, of course. Yeah, surely he's decided by now, hasn't he?
Oh, he will have, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay,
word.
wait a minute. I just have
Yeah,
to
you
go
just need to
back
go.
on
Yeah.
Will he or won't he? Surely he's getting G4. Let's check.
here. Okay, so this is Jonah Willow against Tim. No, it wasn't. It was,
No, I
this
think
was
it's
Wells,
Wells'
wasn't it?
board.
Oh, it's
Peter
Peter
Wells.
Wells.
Oh gosh, it's been agreed to draw. This was him, wasn't it?
So
Oh, it looks as though G4 did happen. Or is that our analysis?
No, that did happen.
Looks as though it happened, G4.
We have a look at the final few moves.
Let's
Yeah,
just see how it
hopefully.
happened. Yeah. G4.
Yeah, we were right.
Queen F4. We looked at all this.
Oh, wow. We did all this.
Knight D2. We looked at this. Knight E4. Takes. Here. And a draw. And probably both players off to watch the football shortly. Although there's still 2 hours of build-up to go. So
They're going to watch the 2 hours of build-up.
2 hours of build-up.
Yes, there we go. Good. Wow.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Well, that was that. Yeah, that was okay.
That was that game. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Have we looked at Peter Sauer's game?
Let's see Peter Sauer's game.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So, so time's starting to get a bit short for some of the players. Notice these.
That is true, actually.
3
Daniel
minutes.
Drew has 3 minutes left, and Peter's still half an hour.
Oh, this is interesting. So is the exchange up at the moment? Is he with a bit of a thorn pawn there on?
Yes.
Ah, right.
This looks like another where my white might have to go for G4 at some stage.
Well, this is great because, of course, the point is the black queen can't venture too far away because of Queen H6 followed by Queen takes H7 check.
Ah, yeah. That's a nice tactic.
So he has to almost always have to be able to meet Queen H6 with either Queen F8 or Rook B3 or something. But it's very, yeah.
Indeed, that's just what's happened because Queen H6 did actually happen last week. White's just retreated the Queen from H6 to E3.
Right.
So I'm wondering whether Peter will play G5 to go Rook G6 to give his king or just so he can.
Definitely looks like a plausible plan, doesn't it? It's got a.
Oh, G5 right away.
Yeah, because otherwise it's difficult to see what actually black does. Because he wants to use his queen, but if he can go G5 and then is that obviously there's Knight E7 moves, isn't there? Knight E7's always got to be considered, isn't there?
Oh, because that rook's actually trapped.
Yeah, and then Knight takes F6. Oh, actually, I'm a bit.
Oh, this is a bit ropey, isn't it?
I'm a bit worried about Queen. Actually, I'm very worried about Queen
D4 type.
It's diagonal.
What does black? How does white actually play this though? What does white actually do here?
Couldn't you take the rook first and then do the?
Yeah, then Knight takes.
So takes. Oh, Knight takes now.
Yeah.
Okay, and if we check on the diagonal, you're going to go Queen G7.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering whether white can actually not take the rook, but go Queen D4 initially.
Queen D4 first, yeah. We'll have a look at that. Should we go back just a move or so?
Yeah.
D4 Rook E2, you mean something like that?
Yeah. So in the position after, in this position here, could white go Queen D4? But I don't think it really works. So black can go one check.
Yeah, he can go. Why can't he go Queen D4? Queen D. Oh,
B1 check to get rid of the attack on that, and then just Queen takes E7. Bishop F1, let's say. Actually, Knight G. Yeah, it doesn't really matter actually. So yeah, and then Queen E7 is just clearly better for black. Yeah.
And then we take.
Yeah. And then even just Queen E5.
Queen E5. Yeah. Yes, that's not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah. So, wow. Okay. So yeah.
Knight E7 is possible, but maybe black can play Knight takes F6.
Neil Barker says, looking at the clocks, one player wants to see the football.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's not. He's thinking about it now, Mr. Pete, though, isn't he? That's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's having a think now.
That's okay. So let's get the back to the So this is it. Not the real position on the board. So he's not played G5 yet, has he?
No. So it's here black to play.
And of course, white. I mean, the big question is, I mean, does white that knight on D5? You could argue is actually stronger than the rook on G8. So do we actually really want to play knight E7?
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Having said that, the rook will improve once it goes to G6.
And I suppose we could put the queen on the diagonal if we want to do this thing. We could put the queen on the diagonal first.
Yes. Yeah. So, for example, G5, you could go queen D4 and then rook B1 check. I guess he has actually made a move.
Okay. Let's go. Let's take.
Oh, he's gone knight E5 and then rook H3. Okay.
Oh.
Does he want to play G5 now?
So G5 now.
He can't move his queen because the rook takes H7 check. So G5 seems to be the only way to progress.
Hang on. Oh gosh.
So what if knight E7 now? Oh, we still don't want to go up this knight for that rook.
Yeah, knight E7. I mean, has black suddenly got? I mean, I'm just wondering whether black has actually got some counter-attack with queen A8, queen A1.
Dear, but it's a bit really. I'm not sure he does he?
Probably.
Knight E7. Let's go for knight E7.
Yeah, let's go for knight E7. Let's try that. Knight E7. Yeah. Queen A8. Knight G8.
Yeah.
So what's white threatening now? We'll go queen A1.
What's white threatening is I'm a piece up at the moment, aren't I?
Oh yeah, I know that.
Bishop F1.
Bishop F1.
You mean if you attack that bishop?
Rook B1.
Am I right in saying I've got a least of perpetual or no? Have I got a least of perpetual here, by the way?
Where's your
rook H7, king H7, queen H3, king J8, queen C8.
Yeah, you might have a perpetual.
No, yeah.
Okay, we have got king G8 there. Oh no, not king G8. Sorry, yeah.
So king J, queen G5
is forced, isn't it?
Yeah, king H7. So it'd be a bit of an extreme way to go for a perpetual, wouldn't it? Queen H3. So you don't want to go to G6 now. Queen F5 check could be not.
Well, we'll take the yeah. Okay, yeah.
So you could take the knight and do that, but it's still aren't you still going round in circles?
Yeah, it looks like a draw, doesn't it?
So here.
Yeah. So we could go queen F5. Oh, queen F5.
No, knight G6. Yeah, so queen H3.
Sorry, queen H3. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely queen H3
instead.
Okay, so that's a draw.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so white might be happy with that anyway.
Does black white have anything else any more than the draw in that position after rook B1?
Oh yeah, that's a very good question.
So here, not taking on H7.
Yeah.
Well, we needed.
Probably we need to not get mated.
Yeah, my impression is not, because you have to go something like queen
F2, and then we're worse.
Then white just back takes the knight, and then you can't actually attack the G pawn with your queen because F1's always. Yeah, so probably that's quite an interesting perpetual check.
Maybe you could go queen A6, John, instead of queen A1.
I've lost where we were. Oh, queen A6. Oh, see, sorry. Yeah, we went rook. No, we went.
Did you do the check with the rook or first? Yeah, no.
I went with the queen.
Yeah, if you do with the check with the rook first, maybe.
But then king F2 is possible.
Oh, is that right? But okay, the knight G4s don't come into. Okay, so if the queen. Oh, right. Yeah. So is that right? So does that right? So here maybe.
So it's white's turn. I don't really see anything better for white than. Oh, wait a minute. White's got a slightly better move here.
The same one.
Is it white go? Hang on, is it white? Hang on, is it white? I thought it was black. Was about.
This really happened.
I've lost the plot here. I thought it was black's go.
No, because why we were looking at knight takes
Yeah,
g8.
but we always had that check and queen h3, mate. With
We keep making the mistake that the black rook on g8 is better than the white knight, but basically that knight is a really strong piece, so we should keep it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's involved in some sort of like
that via a different move. Anyway, that's not the greatest. So let's head back to what is the real situation. Hang on, we need to get back to the real situation here.
Let's see. So if I just do that and this and go live.
Right, okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Has he got... What's actually happened? What's happened on the last couple of moves?
Oh, got rook on h6. What the... Okay, so he's manoeuvred his knight.
We saw rook h3.
Rook h3.
Yeah.
Then it went knight c6.
Knight c6. Oh, to stop knight e7. Okay, fair enough.
And now he's gone rook h6, threatening queen h3.
Yeah, that's pretty...
That's handy. And if
rook takes e2, queen h3, yeah?
Yeah.
But then black could give up. He could obviously give up the queen, and he might have to.
He might have to. But then, okay, wow, this is...
Yeah.
But yeah.
Queen
and then rook e4, yeah, probably.
This is good for,
option, isn't there? He could
who is this good for, actually? This is not clear because that rook can't move.
Yeah,
yeah,
very true.
But black's going to try and goes on like rook e5 and then to attack the knight, then rook f5. Or indeed, knight e5 and then you're threatening rook e1 check and knight g4, forking king and queen.
Well, we can always go h3, can't we?
Yeah, okay, so knight e5, but so let's say knight e5, okay.
You probably got to attack that knight on d5 at some point, like you said. You can go rook e5, can't
well,
you?
The other option is to go knight e5.
You can go rook e5 to h5, can't you?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so how...
That's probably going to have to happen, isn't it? I think black should do that. I think black should do that, shouldn't he?
After rook h6 is pondering it, let's go. Wow, this is looking all good. Rook h6, yes, so let's...
Okay, so where are we now?
We're in that position after rook h6.
Live. We are rook h6. Okay.
Yeah. Do you see another?
Right, is there another move other than rook e2? That's what we're saying. Well, remember, let's remind ourselves, we can't go a move like queen c8. Oh, we could go queen c8. No,
rook h7.
Then king takes h7.
Oh, yeah. Queen c8 is possible. Okay.
But we can't. He's got to be careful where he moves, isn't he?
Yeah.
He moves his queen, but he can.
I mean, what about if white just goes g4 there after queen c8?
Yes.
It just looks like queen c8 just looks like a random trick, you know.
Well, what is interesting is he could actually after. Oh yeah.
So he has moved. He has done it.
He's gone. He has gone now. Rook e2.
Rookie's done rook e2. Yeah. So this is it. Yeah.
Queen h3 is absolutely forced.
Yep. I was going to. Yeah. So he can't go rook g7 here because there's a check on c8 at the end. Is that right?
Ah.
So rook g7 fg can't take with the king, really. That's getting mated, isn't it? Rook h7 to h8. And if he takes with the queen, then queen c8 check, yeah? Winning the
knight. Yeah.
Okay, he's taken the rook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he'll do this.
Yeah, this is just as we've been looking for. And then e4, yeah?
So either rook e1 check first, or I think probably just rook e4.
Yeah, straight away, yeah, maybe.
And then there's game on still.
It is still.
Interesting.
Okay. Should we?
We better see another. We better see the. Oh, let's see the top boards.
Let's look at this game here.
Checking on Jonah and Tim. Okay.
Whoa! So, what's going on here now?
Where did we last see this? This was.
Lots happened, hasn't it? A
wow.
lot happened. The last time we saw it, basically Tim had just gone rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6. Okay.
Yeah.
So then Jonah came up with b4, which we hadn't predicted actually.
We didn't consider that. It's just breaking up the queenside pawns.
And
I like that move.
Which we also hadn't really looked at.
Lots of pawn play. Yeah, Tim's trying to do the same. I think that's probably a good try because I think basically if black does nothing, he's just going to get squashed. with white's sort of pawn majority on the king's side. Did he go? Okay, he took. So he could have gone. I suppose he could have gone G3. That was possible if he wanted to keep the pawn structure. But okay, let's see. Yeah, that was.
All right.
Maybe he's a bit worried about Queen A8 and that pin along the long diagonal. Mm-hmm.
So Jonah did get that C7 pawn in the end.
Yeah, so he won a pawn.
What if he took on F4?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. So if he takes on F4, then
maybe it's
temporary 2 pawns up. Black could take on A2, or he could go knight E6 to force an exchange. And then even though he's temporarily 2 pawns down, yeah, knight takes E6. Rook E takes E6.
Rook E.
Yeah. I feel like Black's got quite a good drawing chance there. Because if he can take on A2, he's got an outside A pawn. And White's kingside majority is like not great, is it?
Yeah.
White could go A4, I guess. Yeah, try and keep his pawn.
Oh yeah, you got to try.
Yeah, but then Rook C6.
Rook C6. Don't forget Bishop D6. Rook C takes D6.
Oh yeah. So that's quite clever.
We've got a message crowd. If Rook F4, he was concerned about Rook E7, Bishop B8, Rook E8.
Oh, is that a repetition?
Is that dropping the? Is that dropping the same bishop trapping thing? Like, is it?
Shall I just go back?
Should we have a look at that? Yeah.
Yeah. So Rook takes F4.
Rook E7.
Ben is saying Jonah needs a win to finish first, so wants to avoid drawing chances.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So Rook E7.
So Rook E7.
Is that a forced draw? Because you can't play Bishop D6 because the Rook takes D6.
You can't. Oh, Bishop here.
And then you just attack it again, yeah.
Yeah, I see. Okay, that's.
I guess White could go Rook B1, but it's a bit. Yeah, it just doesn't. White's sort of uncoordinated, isn't he? So Rook is a good move.
Could he go knight B5? Could he go knight B5?
In which position?
After a Rook E7.
Oh, so here, knight B5.
Possibly, yeah.
Because he's got Bishop D6 of his own now coming up.
Oh, he has actually, yeah. Knight E6.
Knight E6, attacking the Rook and Bishop. So you'd have to hop across to here, I guess.
Or he could go Bishop D6. Do his counter-attack. But then Rook B7. It's very complicated, isn't it?
Very complicated.
I can understand why he avoided that, because he's better in the position. So why make it, because even that other line we looked at looked okay for Black.
Yeah. So
he played Rook F2.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, did F3 happen? Yeah.
This happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and both players very short time as well.
So I'm wondering about why. I don't understand that. If after Rook F2, why? So what happens if Rook takes A2
instead of F3?
Yeah, is White just going to go knight F? I'm wondering what the idea of F3 is.
Yeah.
Is White going to go sort of knight?
He's trying to take on E5, is he? Oh, but I don't see why you need.
Is White going to go knight F5 maybe? It's a very complicated position.
Mm.
It does seem like an interesting decision, doesn't it, to go F3?
I'm not quite sure how that
fits in.
No. And also, I'm still a bit confused. What happens if he goes Rook E7 anyway? I don't quite understand the difference. This is kind of like very nuanced.
Rook E7 here?
No, instead
bishop
take
d6.
a2.
Yeah.
Just attack the bishop anyhow.
Oh, sorry.
So we're going back instead of taking on a2. Oops. Okay. We seem to have lost Natasha at the moment. And is it Natasha's screen right now, basically?
Here we are, yeah. So we'll just have to like.
Okay, so we're imagining that black's just played rook a6 to a2. Is that right?
Yeah. So,
Okay, it's making you. Oh, it could be back. Are we back?
Hi, I can hear you guys.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? We can hear you now, anyway.
Yeah.
It's all good fun. Right.
So basically, that last passage of play was a bit confusing with this f3, and also thinking about whether black can play rook e7. But obviously, they've been working at it, so we're probably just missing a few things. But so rook f3 happened, yeah, and then black's just gone rook to e7 now. Okay.
Right. So we're back where we were with regards to the old bishop d6, rook takes d6 situations, aren't we? So we've got So he's got
bishop d8 is possible, but I suppose black takes on e5 then, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, hang on, bishop d8. Can't we go rook d7? Oops. Oh, it's you and me. We've lost the ball. We've even lost the ball.
Yeah. So shall I share my screen?
Yeah, share your screen. Go on, share your screen. Does that mean that we're sharing to live to the watching?
Yeah. Let's just share.
Go on.
I'm allowed to. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. What can we see?
I can still just see you and me.
Okay. Let's try that again.
All good.
Okay. Share screen. Chrome tab. Let's try this. How's that?
Not much at the moment. Do I need to do anything else? So what am I actually watching? I'm just looking at our split screens at the moment.
Yeah, I've just shared the. I'm just looking at chess 24 now.
Oh, okay. Have you shared it with the?
I've shared it. Yeah, so it should be.
Oh, okay. So should I be able to access it somehow?
It should be there, hopefully.
You're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you. Hello, everybody. You can see me. I can't see anything of relevance. So what do I click on? I can click on the. I don't know. I can't see a chessboard anywhere.
No, so that doesn't seem to work. I'll stop that.
She's abandoned us at a critical moment.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's try that one more time. So share screen. I get. Let's try entire screen. I'm going to try and share my entire screen.
Go on then. Let's see what happens.
Okay, and then I'm going to do that.
Oh, nothing's happened on mine.
Nothing's happening. You can't see my screen, no?
No, you can see your screen. Can you just? Am I there on your thingy?
No, it's just the chess 24.
Oh.
For some reason, it's not working.
I could come back out of it and log on.
Maybe what would I if you reload?
I can log that link. Should I depart and come back on that same link?
Well, the main thing is, can other people see? Can the viewers see my screen?
Oh, you see, they can see it. Okay, can we see any comments from the people? Or even Natasha, she's completely abandoned us.
No, and Natasha had some problem with her audio.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
But the question is, how do we get back on? So if do you know how? Can you share it just with everybody like you were planning on doing? Because I wasn't expecting to see Natasha.
Yeah, that's what we were planning on doing, but it's just that I can't. No, it's not. Anything in the chat? Can anyone see the screen?
This is great having people on the chat. How do I access the chat? Do I have to minimize my screen? Maybe the chat would be quite.
The chat should be on the right hand side.
All right, I've got it. Yeah, okay. Rookette, there's a transmission error. Hang on. 1831. Sharing screens can be risky. Keep the children away from Steve. Just
yes.
Bye, Steve. Yes. I think you want to see some chess, don't you?
You want to see some chess. So let me just try that again. So it does say I'll stop sharing, and I've got my window open. Let me reload chess 24.
Yeah.
Okay. The trouble is, I think because Natasha's got absolute control.
She's got control.
Sure it works. So let me just try again. So I'll go share screen.
Yep.
And then I'll go for Chrome tab and the Jonah Willow game against Tim Wall. I'll try that.
I only see about 5,000 elo, 5,000 and going down. Thanks. Oh, Wilsonia 85. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry, we can't bring you more entertainment.
Yeah. So
is Natasha not even? Can we ring her up, see what she's up to? She's not gone down the pub or something. She's got a job to be doing.
I could give her a call.
Okay, everybody, just hold on to hold your hats, everyone. Looks like we might be back online sometime soon. Give her a call, find out what's going on.
Natasha on the line. Let's see what happens.
People might get bored with like Laurel and Hardy at some point. God, dears. I want to see some chess. So exciting. Here we go. This is like one of these radio shows.
Hi, Natasha. We've got you on.
Be careful, Natasha. We've got you live.
Okay, Natasha. We've got you on speaker, actually. So I'm trying to share my screen and it's not working. Let me just a second. I'm trying to share my screen. It's not working. What should we do?
I need some more comments.
Yes. Okay.
Can you
it should? I mean, it feels like it should work. It's just not. It's just not working for some reason. So okay. Yeah, exactly. It says it even, and basically it tells me to share screen, and even and it asks me to. Yeah, and I click the tab, but then once I click it, it looks like I'm sharing, but no one can actually see it. Yes, exactly. I'll try again. Let me just do this. So share screen. Okay, and then it gives me either entire screen window or Chrome tab. I click Chrome tab, and it gives me one option is the Jonah Willow against Tim Wall. So I then click share that, and then now it actually takes me to that game. I click that option, and Chris, can you see this? Can you see the Tim Wall game?
I can't see anything at the moment.
No, you can't see anything. You can just see what's just the normal stream. Everyone can just see me and just see me and Chris, which they don't want to see.
Yes, we can lift up. we can magnetic board. I've got a demo board over there. I can lift it up and
yeah, just hold up a magnetic ball. We're getting some creative suggestions.
You've got a good sense of humour, the viewers.
Yeah,
no one's getting annoyed yet, probably.
No.
Can't Natasha log back in again?
No, Natasha's trying her best to log in. That's having an internet problem. Yeah. Okay. Bye. So we can do a running commentary of the games, I guess, Chris, without actually, because everyone can go on Chess 24, can't they?
Oh, you can go on Chess 24 themselves.
Yeah, basically, why doesn't everyone just go on to Chess 24?
An amazing solution you've got here, John.
Yeah.
So then
we can basically you can listen to us but don't look at us. Whatever you do, look at Chess 24. Yeah. So let's have a look at the game for the Jonah Willow game, Chris. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm opening. Okay. So I'm heading over to the
Yeah. You head over to chess 24. Yeah.
Hang on. I'm a bit. Okay. So what do I need to? I'm in the wrong round at the moment. Okay. Round 5. I need. Don't.
Round 5 is the one. Yeah.
And I'm looking at Jonah Willow. Okay. Against Tim Wall. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. So we've got this interesting end game.
I've got it up on the. Oh no.
I think Tim's done well to defend, but having said that, I think now isn't he's just gone bishop d8, Jonah. He's probably threatening bishop f6, Chris, isn't he?
Yeah, unfortunately, I still seem to be on Nigel Davis against Tom Villiers. Right, okay, I'm coming to find the game. Let me just rewind the rephrase. Okay, let's see. Right, okay, I've got it. Yeah, okay, you're right. So I've got it. I'm up on your screen as well. So it's gone bishop d8. So people that are tuning on in at the moment, that means they need to open a whole new. They need to open the Chess 24 website themselves.
You'll have to open it. Yeah. So what do you think about this position, Chris? What do you, I mean, that past a4 pawn gives back excellent drawing.
It's a good deflector, isn't it? That it's a good deflector.
So I guess bishop f6. He probably wants to avoid bishop f6, though, doesn't he? I mean, I wonder what about king h7 here?
Oh, then
rook
f7
but then rook c1. Okay,
back rank checkmate. So yes, so king h7 is possible now, isn't it?
Yeah. But white's white. This is interesting though. White's keeping it going quite well.
King h7 sounds like a good move, because can't you always go rook g6 in some situations? If
I think yes, that's good, isn't it? Yeah, he's actually gone king h8.
Now that's an interesting decision.
Yeah. Now it's a quite nice idea here. Is if white goes bishop f6,
you want to take because of the back rank checkmate. Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I got it. I got that little idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if there's any questions while we're here. Let's see if there's any. Chess bomb. Okay, yeah. So you can go to chess.com or chess bomb. Sorry, we don't want to.
Yeah, you can go to either of those two as well.
Yeah. So anyone that's listening at the moment, we've had 1 or 2 problems with the whole streaming situation. So we are currently talking about the game in progress between. Well, the problem is they won't be able to see an analysis, so we have to make it quite clear, don't we? Oh, King, there's been another move. There's been a couple of moves. They are very short on time, John. This is the whole thing.
They are. Now, White's suddenly threatening. I wonder whether that's a bit early.
C5 and bishop f6 check his friend.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's a bit early by Black, because now he's in a bit of an annoying pin.
He is in an annoying pin. And there's no... Wow. This is
very annoying pin.
Very annoying pin, yeah.
So he could go king g8.
Rook. Yeah, he's done that to stop the same thing, yeah.
Oh, so now White, if White goes rook fe1, what's Black doing? He can save himself with rook ed6.
Right. Yeah.
To basically do a counter-attack against the bishop.
Yeah.
That's a likely draw then, isn't it?
Yes.
But the question is, okay, what else can White do? Can White go rook? He has gone it. So Black's got to go. He's got to go rook ed6, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to.
Oh, then bishop e7.
Yeah, and is that winning a piece? I was wondering about that.
Well, exchange, yeah.
Yeah, the exchange. Yeah, good stuff.
Bishop f4 then. Wow. Attack and counter.
This feels as though this is but then we can attack the bishop again, can't we?
Or maybe bishop d4.
Rook e4. One after bishop f4, rook e4.
Bishop
then
d4.
Bishop d3. Bishop.
So hasn't Black got to go?
Then they get d3 and you're pinned in a whole different. You pinned on the other one.
I mean, Black's got some chart. I mean, there might be some obviously, even with the exchange, if you lose the exchange, the a pawn becomes a very possible drawing resource, doesn't it? In some positions.
Yeah. So yeah.
So just to remind everyone, we're basically we can't share the screen at the moment. So what we're actually doing, we're looking at the game on Chess 24. We're looking at Jonah Willer's board 1 game against Tim Wall.
You can also look at chessbomb or chess.com, where they're basically however you can find it, the current live game between Tim Wall and Jonah Willow. So he's just pinned rook fe1, pinning that bishop, threatening to win a piece. And we see, okay, so Black could try and deflect, presume that's nothing. Oh, can he try? Hang on. Can he vaguely go a3? No, a3 takes a2. But that looks as though that probably
Oh yeah. But the trouble with A3, Rook
He's
takes
done
A3.
A3. He's done A3.
Rook takes A3 though, and the game goes on.
Yeah.
Now this is definitely why it's now got winning chances. He just takes that pawn on A3.
So what happens? What? Yeah, what's wrong?
Oh wait a minute! This is
he's got bishop F6 check as well at the end to cover the queening.
Oh yeah, so he's got to take. So takes.
He's got to go take, and then he's probably got to give the check first, and then go A2, isn't he?
Yeah, and then we go bishop F6 check and rook A5. Isn't that winning for
A5, rook behind past pawn, and he's just completely a whole piece for a pawn up, a piece up for not even for a pawn. It's game over, isn't it? Isn't that a simple dimple?
A2 rook E1.
And if rook B1, then I can go bishop F6 check and rook G1 if I needed to. Funny enough, couldn't I?
Yeah, it's difficult to even get your rook to B1 from C6, isn't it?
Oh, I thought you were going rooks. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were doing.
Yeah, so basically, if A2, we go rook E1.
Yes.
And then what are you doing?
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is it. Yeah, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
So this is the problem. If he goes,
actually A2 will go rook A5.
Yeah, we can just under promote to a knight and test. No, it'll promote to a bishop.
Yeah, this was wow. I feel like I wonder what the tactics were like there. What if Black could have gone rook D6 instead of going A3?
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, that might be a quick. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I don't see.
Well, this is just game. Total game.
Yeah, it's just winning now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look very. Yeah. If he promoted to a bishop here, he's obviously you can still go rook takes bishop anyway, obviously.
He's actually the game's over. Tim has resigned. Yeah.
Oh, he's resigned. Yeah. So that was a bit unfortunate. Should we check out one of the other games then quickly?
Should we check out board 2? Because that's actually finished as well.
John, he won it.
He won it. He managed to get his pawns behind the barrier.
Yeah, he did it. So that's if we just click on that board, that final position. I don't think that was fairly straightforward, wasn't it? It was opposite color bishops.
Yeah,
the two passed pawns, and he's done it. Yeah.
I
don't think that was no great surprise to me, to be honest, John. I thought that was winning. Keith Arkle, we know one. There is one more game going, and is that in fact? John, should we actually? Obviously, there's a couple of games. We'll look at John Merriman's game. Yeah, let's look at that. Yeah,
that's going still. But also, we'll look at that first. But I'd quite like to just see also how Amadon won that end game. That obviously it'd be quite interesting to see the little king route he took.
Okay.
So let's look at the because it looks like now. It looks like now actually
people can't necessarily see what we're looking at necessarily.
No, they certainly can't. No. But it looks like actually, obviously, as far as the tournament's concerned, we've got joint winners, haven't we? We've got Jonah Willow and Amadon Bellagio both got 4.5 out of 5.
Good score.
And then Keith
Arkle on 4, and that's it. Is that it? It's going to be outright.
People on 3.5.
Unless John Merriman loses this game, which isn't looking.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, we could have one more person on 4. Let's have a look at that game then. So we're looking at the game John Merriman against Lisa bin Suhal.
So let's talk about this. So Black's got a pass pawn on C3, but that's about the extent of the promising things from his point of view. And his king's a bit ropey. He's a pawn down, and White's got a nice big queenside, kingside pawn majority. Is that fair to say, really?
Yes.
They're both a bit short on time, though, which it could add to the thrills and spills. Yeah.
Yep. So, this looks promising for White, but he has to still be careful, yeah?
Not fair to say.
Yes. Hi.
I've
just got to work out how to check. Or do you want to try share your screen, John?
I'll try again. Yeah, let's share screen.
This looks promising for White.
Chrome tab.
You have to be careful, yeah.
Share.
Hi. I've just got to work out how to check.
Thank you for your kind comments, people following at home at the moment.
I'm on a completely different computer now, by the way.
Oh well.
Now, has my screen shared?
Right?
Has my screen shared?
Not with me. No.
No.
Natasha, can you share yours again?
I'm just attempting to. I haven't tried on this machine before. So
Oh, this is going to be so
so
exciting.
if you guys keep talking, I'll get there. I'll get to there.
Make sure you close down any tabs that we don't want to see, Natasha.
I'm going to stop sharing.
Yeah.
Don't want to see a Keith Arkle fan club up there by accident.
Sorry. Yeah, that isn't actually the first time I've been accused
Rule
of
or
that.
something like that.
Oh dear. 4NCL live. There we go. I think it's just a severe internet problem in my area, I think. Because I'm not the only one in my house even to have problems with it.
I think
Okay.
everyone's gone online, haven't they, for the build-up of the match?
Oh, of course, that's what it'll be.
Yeah. The traffic,
okay.
yeah. Just...
So if I share, here we go.
No, them. Oh,
aha!
Welcome.
Can you see that? Now, I'm afraid it might all be very slow to respond because my whole house is doing that. But
don't worry, it's very small
hopefully you
as
can
well.
see
But we
something
can.
anyway.
I'm going to maximize it. Oh dear. Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Okay, so we're on John Merry against Bin Suhail.
Yes.
Did you manage to see the end? You probably didn't. Of Jonah Willow against
We did.
Tim Ward.
That was really exciting, and it's like pin city. Everything basically. Jonah pinned the bishop for the rooks, and basically we were looking at attack and counter-attack. And right at the end, there's this bishop f6 resource check, this bishop f6 check, and that won the day. We weren't sure whether Tim had a resource to draw.
Okay.
So we've got up on the board. It seems a little bit small, but we've got John Merrill.
Natasha, shall we risk going to the analysis board? Let's make a bigger
board.
Go
on, let's go for it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. What's the worst that can happen? We'll go back to plan B again. Right. Oh, wow. Okay. Right.
Board size.
Yeah.
No,
I just say yes. There we go.
Right. Well done. Yeah. We've got a big board. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I'm sorry if you've missed us for the last few minutes,
yes,
but we're back. Now, what's going on here? So, okay. So this is the position 1, 2, 3, 4. So John Merriman's still a pawn up. Queen check king there. Now, what's right? So he's got a. Ooh. Yeah, so there's only one way to beat them. Get round the back, I reckon, John, around here.
So the big question is, can he afford to play rook e7 or rook e8 here?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Can the white king hide on h3 after a check by the black rook or queen? Probably not, because for example, rook e7, queen d2. Oh, can you then go king g3?
Then queen, king g3.
Yeah, to defend your f pawn.
Yeah.
Well, Natasha, what we're thinking about here is, I mean, rook e7 or maybe rook e8 actually. That'll just be decisive unless black has got something.
Should we play on the board, Natasha? Rook e8.
Rook e8.
Yeah.
We're going to the end of the board, and because this is always critical to work out whether or not there's any big counter issue.
I'm going to switch this. Switch the computer off as well.
Switch the engine off.
Yeah, we don't need that.
We don't need it.
We don't need it. We simply don't need it.
Come on, people are pretty confident in our analysis. Right. So okay. So we need to know if that. But this is a forcing variation that needs to be analysed. Maybe not by humans, but it needs to be. Now, so the fact here is that okay. So what's going down here? So we're threatening mate, aren't we? Rook h8 seems to be a kind of
rook h8 followed by queen
h7. But there'll always be a rook g8 as well, skewer winning a queen, which would be second.
Yeah.
So
the question is, so basically, black's got two options: queen d2 and rook d2. After rook d2, king h3, I don't actually see anything for black there.
No, he doesn't seem to have many checks floating around, does he? He could always try and bail out not now with a queen G7, but he could try and bail out. But I suppose in general,
Queen G7, Queen C3.
No, I mean, I mean, in that previous position with the rook on D3.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
But I'm not. That doesn't seem ideal, does it?
No, we'd possibly, yeah.
And the rook and pawn endgames must be winning with a massive kingside majority.
Yeah, so what? Should we have a look at Queen D2 check?
Right. Yeah, this is critical because now King H3 is rook takes D3, so we've got to go straight up to G3 this time.
Yeah.
But where's the checks coming from now?
I must admit, I don't.
There's one on F3. Can he sack it and get some sort of perpetually thing going, or is that
rook F3 check?
Yeah, rook F3. Yeah, I don't see any other move. Is there?
No.
And
then what? Queen
D somewhere.
D somewhere. Let's see
D.
here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It feels like we're going to be able to bring our king to H3 and then H3, then H4.
Or we can even block with the rook on E3, go king G3, and block with the queen on G2.
Yeah, that's just not enough.
So unless he could, yeah. So this, as it's what he's played, actually they're quite short on time. These guys.
Yeah, right? Let's see how they've done.
Maybe he's done this.
Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah, it's probably getting close, isn't it, to them being.
Oh, but it doesn't look like that much. Oh wow. What's going on over there? It's all change, isn't it, for the last? Oh my word!
This is last game going as well.
Yeah,
I think I need my magnifying glass. Is this the last game going?
It's the last one game only running.
Right.
So now we've actually got to this position. I can just about see what's going on. Yeah.
So that's a queen on D5. Can we get a big? Can we have the live with a bigger board?
Well,
no, this is the biggest.
It's moving at a pace now, isn't it?
Well, would it move? What I mean is, would we?
Oh, isn't this game over? Rook E7 check.
Oh, it's game over. Queen G6 and stuff. And rook E8.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that as well.
Yeah, that works. That works because.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Very good.
Next go. Well, you've got to give him credit. He's done it. What he needs. He's done all he needs to do there. Oh my word! Is that the last game remaining in the whole tournament?
We've got the top 24 boards only.
Oh, in the top 24, that's all there though.
Yeah, but that is most of the tournament, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh.
And Black has resigned, so that was a win for John Merriman there, taking him up to 3.5, catching up with Nigel Davis and Tim Wall. So we've got the equal first, isn't it? Jonah and Aravamundan.
Well done, those guys. Good score for them.
In fact, they're two junior players. It has to be said, two junior players come out of lockdown and win the first live tournament. And then Keith Arkle, a senior player, has taken 3rd position. Yeah, very well played, everybody. Some very nice games today.
So we were right about the opposite colour bishop endgame was converted then, Natasha. Basically.
He won it in the end with an H pawn, I guess.
He got the H. Oh, did he? Was it the H and the C?
Sure.
Was it?
Should we just check on that final position again? See which.
Let's check on the final position.
John wanted to have a look at that one. We can go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe, should we see how he manoeuvred his king around and see? Do you want to put that on the analysis?
Yeah.
So we get to the board, so, and then we can just see what happened.
Yeah, if we go on to analysis. Okay, so we were. Where were we? Here? No, we didn't get to there. We were when there was still.
Oh, this is okay.
Yeah, see.
Yeah. So you see what actually? Yeah, let's just do it around back here actually.
Yeah, this would be excellent.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, it's interesting. I like the way basically White's not taking. He's hoping that Black takes on H4, then he takes, and then Black's pawns are closer to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, H5 is a good
and
move.
He brings the king in, which is good.
Yeah, this is really well played. So basically,
he was going to force him to take on G5 anyway, wasn't he?
Yeah, and now he's going to get a past H pawn.
Yeah.
Yes. So you got the king to block that G pawn, so it couldn't go out of the way. Then he pushed the H. Had to
Remember,
be
though, this was why. Yeah, this is vital. Why it had to be the right color queening square, of course.
And now that the white bishop can't defend on a single diagonal.
Yes. And he actually came across and did the C pawn.
Yeah. So now the C pawn can go as far up the board as it wants to.
Yes, it's deceptive. The bishop wasn't really controlling C3, and it won't really be controlling C1 because it always has to watch out for pawn to H2.
Yeah.
So
well, nicely played there by Black.
So, for example, how would Chris? How would White win? How would Black win after King D2? Well, how would White win after? Sorry, how would Black win after Bishop F4?
So he can well, after Bishop F4, he could win with H2 for starters, couldn't he?
He could, couldn't he? Yeah, just deflecting the bishop. Yeah. And what about instead of Bishop F4?
What you meant is even if he got his king to C1, White then would smuggle over to the other side.
Sure. So how do if instead of Bishop F4, he played King D2.
Yeah, we would go King B2 there, wouldn't
yes,
we?
Exactly. Yeah.
But even if it was White's move with the king on D2, we could allow him to go King C1, then we'd go King C3, King D3. Yes, exactly. We'd protect the C2 pawn, and then we'd come down to help promote the H pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And should we? Did you want to have a final look at what happened during the Willow game? Because that was quite. I mean, should we have a look to see whether there's a way for Tim to escape that?
Let's see.
Because that was really interesting, that last bit.
Okay, so Jonah Willow. We have this game, and we're going to put it in the analysis. Here we go. And so where did we see up to?
It was about, I guess, about 6 or 7 moves from the end, really.
Yeah, we're looking for a move Rook Fe1 at some stage.
Yeah. So this is looking like in this position that Black had seriously good drawing chances, but obviously they were both very short of time. So H3 happened. Is it Bishop takes E5 here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
so
then
you would notice, of course, he couldn't take with the rook because a rook takes G7, John, and then
yes, that's right. Yeah. But my question is, he wouldn't even necessarily have to take that pawn anyway.
No. Well, it was interesting that he didn't go King H7 and Rook G6 as options, didn't he?
That's right. Yeah. So in this position, A3, A3 seemed to lose anyway. Not just obviously Rook takes A3 would have kept the game going, but Rook takes E5 was actually winning. As Jonah demonstrated. But what we were wondering about in this position, instead of A3, whether this is how the game finished.
Rook ED6, yeah.
Yeah, we were wondering about whether Rook ED6 was a possible defense.
And then we then Bishop E7 attacking the rook.
Yes, and then we have to do a counterattack with our bishop, like Bishop D4.
Oh no, but John, I can always take your rook, you take my rook, and then I go Bishop E5.
Oh yes, yeah, it's just as simple as that. So we actually, though, if he so basically after Bishop takes D6, then he has to try Rook takes D6. Yeah, but that's just not anything, is it?
Yeah. Well, you're losing the A4 pawn almost straight away, aren't you?
Yeah. So maybe Bishop takes it. Maybe Bishop takes E5 was not possible.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have done it. That's for sure, should he? Here. Back.
Well, unless obviously we might be missing a tactic for Black, but I don't think it's not quite necessary. Actually, I don't think. I think Black could.
So here.
Yeah, as Chris was mentioning, the king could have gone to G8.
Maybe go behind your pass.
Yeah, but earlier on, the king could have gone to H7, so Black could have then played Rook G6 as a defense in certain lines.
Yeah, I mean that.
But I'm wondering what exactly is White. Maybe Black has to make a move like Rook from C4 to C6, which allows Rook G6 against any attacks on the bishop, and also stops Bishop F6, and also Rook A6 now, and push the A pawn.
That looks like a better defense, doesn't it? Definitely.
Because I'm wondering what White actually does here. Bishop F6 obviously can't do anymore. Rook F7. We play Rook
F7. Yeah.
Rook G6.
Yeah.
So Rook F7.
Yeah, Rook F7 looks natural. Although, wait a minute. Actually, sorry. Rook F7. I haven't
You
got
might
Rook
take that pawn. You can maybe.
No, you can play Rook C1 check and then Rook Bishop takes E5. As
Oh
well.
yeah. Or Bishop takes E5 straight away.
Yeah. Sorry, Rook F7 is impossible at this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So in this position, what does White actually do? I mean, maybe White just has to try and take the A pawn.
So you mean ultimately trading A for E, but you'd think that's should
be a draw. And also, it's not even clear that Black has to allow that. He might go Rook A6. I suppose White can do a double.
He can do a double attack.
Yeah, but then the draw becomes even more likely after all exchanges. Yeah.
So actually, this is a critical moment, isn't it, in the game? Rook C6. Yeah, that's a better.
I don't actually see a way for. I mean, what else does White do here?
I don't see any.
Natasha?
I'm looking at trying to put the rook on a different open file.
Oh, yeah.
But then you're going to take on E5 still, aren't you?
Yeah. Funny. Also, of course, take on E5 is perfectly safe now because the rooks are protecting each other, so pins won't work.
Yeah.
I think that's the moment, John. That's where it went pear-shaped, didn't it, here? Unfortunately, Bishop takes E5 was a big blunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, understandable with the time control. It's so tempting just to get rid of that E5 pawn, just get it out of the way, isn't it? Of course.
Yeah.
Actually, Black's perfectly safe with that. We're keeping the pawn on the board.
Yeah.
Brilliant. All right, so that has left Jonah and Arav Ramundam winning the tournament, and Keith in third, and that's the end, isn't it, of the first foreign CL back again after lockdown. Now I understand there's going to be some more foreign CLs in person coming up in future months. So I hope everyone's had a really nice time. Thanks. Big thank you to Grandmaster John Ems and Grandmaster Chris Ward for commentating, and to John Speelman also earlier. And a big thanks to everybody for watching.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for your comments, and good stuff. Nice to be back, of course, having chess in person. Always nice.
Chess in person.
Brilliant.